Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. But they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John's.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? We are on round 6 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin to determine that first, the final qualifiers for the FIDE Candidates Tournament, which is going to be held this summer. And the round 6 determines the top finishers in all 4 pools to determine who is going to qualify for the semifinals. And today with you will be Women International Master Raluca Sgircea and me, Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Raluca, welcome back.
Thank you, Arturs. Nice to be back. Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? Not a moment of boredom here. It was very entertaining to watch all the rounds yesterday and 2 days ago, and I hope we still have some fighting games, right?
Absolutely, and today we have a very huge day because not everything is clear. So only one player has managed already 1 round to spare to qualify for the semifinal, and it's only one, Levon Aronian. And here you see the standings in the groups. Pool A, Hikaru Nakamura has a huge matchup against Dominguez-Shirov. You probably know something about the backstory between these two. Remember selecting wildcards, Karyakin's tweet, etc. And Hikaru's reaction after that. So there's going to be quite interesting backstory to this match. Esipenko is very much determined to win the game because he is going to play with the white color. And once again, another huge matchup we're going to have to definitely follow is 2 leaders of the group, Vladimir Fedoseev against Richard Rapport, who is at the moment half a point behind Fedoseev, and the co-leader of Pool B, Raluca, will have it slightly more difficult facing with the black color against Grigory Oparin. And of course, the very critical Pool D when Lanier Dominguez is trailing behind Wesley So by half a point. He's going to have a victory here today with the white color, and also Wesley So plays today with the white color. Very, very exciting day. And again, let us remind you what is the format of the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix. So all the players in the pools, they're playing double round robin tournament, and the top finisher of each pool qualifies for the semi-final. Here you see the prizes. The time control is 90 minutes for 40 moves, extra 30 minutes after the 40 moves, plus 30 seconds of time increment. So, wow, what a day for us, Raluca.
What a day. Yes, I'm very excited to see what happens. I'm very excited to see who is going to go through. Congratulations to Aronian for already winning his pool. I guess he will have, we can say he will have 2 rest days, right? Because he's not going to play a tiebreak, that's for sure. And today we'll see if, well, he goes for a chill line or he just wants to play some more chess. We have seen him quite in a mood this tournament. So maybe he just wants to play, nothing to lose there, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know. I was expecting that he's going to be in this chill mode already yesterday with the black color against Giri-Keymer, and no, he went for a huge fight. Remember yesterday's game,
yes,
right?
Yes.
B4, G5, B4.
B4. I thought I was like, okay, B5 is the only move missing here.
I mean, it was just something from the future, really. What an amazing game. And I think Levon deservedly leads the Pool C and has become #1 American player. And by the way, it's really, really interesting because once again, if we have a look at the polls, what is happening in all our rankings, if you see Pool A, Hikaru Nakamura, United States, Pool C, Levon Aronian, United States, Pool D, Wesley So, United States.
Or Lanier Dominguez, who's also United States.
And also Lanier Dominguez, of course. So there's a great chance that 3 players from United States, they're going to qualify for the semifinals, and most likely against either Arturs-Wojtaszek, perhaps Vladimir Fedoseev, or if the stars align, Richard Rapport.
And let me just add, since we are here talking about the tournament, that we come bearing gifts, and we have a discount code for you guys. If you become premium during the FIDE Grand Prix tournament, you get 40% off with the code Grand Prix 2022. You have a lot of perks as a premium member. Actually, tomorrow there's an arena, right, for premium users.
Exactly.
And if I'm not mistaken, with Aronian, with Mamediarov and Levon. Yep. Aronian is not going to play now. He's taking.
I don't know. Maybe he's going to decide to sign up. Who knows? Yeah, either way, very, very big names are going to play in the premium arena, which is what day? It's tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is Friday. So use this opportunity and play against some of the best players in the world. So I guess we are going to start with the game of Esipenko against Nakamura. This is going to be one of the central rounds. What are your expectations, Raluca, from this game?
Well, I expect it to be a very fighting game. Yes. I think, what have they played before? Is it the Ruy Lopez that they've played before?
Yeah, so it would seem that's Ruy Lopez.
We don't have Bishop B5 just yet.
I think there could be a good chance for the Berlin. Bishop E5, Knight F6. I'm so ready to bet, literally bet, that they're going to once again play the Berlin in the Berlin.
A lot of Berlins in the Berlin.
Yeah, there's quite a few games of the Berlin variation. The Ruy Lopez. No, it's going to be Ruy Lopez.
That was my other guess, because I know Esipenko plays the Italian quite often, and I think he's got very good results with white. I think he even beat Magnus in a game. Maybe it was a rapid game, but still, that's a tough opponent to beat.
Yeah, the toughest, I would imagine.
The toughest, yes. He's got some quite good results with white in the Italian.
Indeed. But also we have to mention that for Esipenko, it's quite a tough schedule, because recently he was playing in Tata Steel Chess Masters Tournament, a very long, grueling distance of, 14 players, 13 rounds, and this huge, long time control, which can last a game of something like 7 hours. So imagine yourself play for 2 weeks with the best players in the world. There's almost no rest, and immediately the Grand Prix starts.
Yeah, that's true. But, well, he showed good form here anyway, so.
Absolutely. And both of these players, they are in a good shape. So Esipenko maybe had a slightly rough start. So he started with a loss in the second round against Nakamura. So not really great, but he managed then to pick up in the remaining 3 rounds, 2.5 points out of 3. Yesterday, very nice positional game against Etienne Bacro. Unfortunately, with all of this excitement in the other games like Aronian against Keymer, we did not really manage to follow the game too much, but it was really, really nice, and the positional finesse what the young Russian managed to display. In the meantime, Hikaru, he just played his King's Indian favorite opening. This time he was facing it against Alexander Grishuk.
Yeah, that was a very nice game as well. I was expecting a lot of firework for that game, seeing the King's Indian.
Right. A4.
So what do we I was going to ask you, Arturs, what do we have here?
We have A4. Listen.
We have A4. Maybe you know more about this about me. I'm sure you know more about me.
Well, I know quite a bit about Italian because I'm primarily an E4 player. An Italian and Ruy Lopez, I would treat them as, so to speak, brother or sister openings, right? Because those positions are very familiar. But if you go back maybe on the decision why Esipenko decided to go for the Italian, I think it's mainly the Berlin, because after Bishop E5, Knight F6, I would imagine that Hikaru feels really comfortable to go immediately after the opening to the endgame. Again, Bishop B5, Knight F6, short castle, Knight X on E4. This invites white to play this Berlin endgame, or immediately try to divert and play D3. But then again, black pretty actively positions the bishop on C5 and plays early D6. So bishop C4, it sort of is a very often typical response against somebody who is probably going to play the Berlin. So here, after bishop C5, we get a similar structure, except perhaps the bishop here stands, well, we can argue, maybe slightly better.
I think this will also keep more pieces on the board, right? Like you said.
Yep, more pieces on the board, no immediate forcing of the action. And about A4, it's not the main move.
I know it's not a main move, but I know A4 can be played at some point later in the game, right? But
there's the question. I mean, what is going to happen next? I think now Hikaru is just trying to understand, where is he taking me? because the traditional approach here is either short castle or c3. Let's say c3. I don't know what Hikaru had prepared. c3, let's say short castle. There's the aggressive d5. There's the more positional d6. There's the maybe at some point the more careful h6 to stop bishop g5. So at some point, white indeed does play a4, but playing a4 so early. Now this is interesting. Maybe white keeps some options to improvise with the next moves. It's not only c3, but maybe something like knight c3, knight e5. I don't really know.
I guess we'll see his idea, and Hikaru's taking some time to think.
Yeah, and there's a lot of choices. All right.
Let's see some more, shall we?
Let's see more. Absolutely.
Right.
So we probably immediately want to check what is happening in one of the critical games, I guess, FIDE.
Okay. Yeah, that's one as well. Yeah, let's see that one, and then we move on to Oparin. Not much has happened here.
Knight c6.
Knight c6.
Well, Rapport stays true to his original approach towards the openings, and this is a slightly unconventional continuation here. So knight c6 doesn't allow black immediately to fight for the center, blocks the pawn on c7, and assuming that if white plays something like c4 and knight c3, then black sort of misses this option to interact with the center with the c pawn. I watched yesterday's interview, Raluca, and Rapport didn't really seem very enthusiastic about his chances. And he said, it doesn't really depend on me, etc., etc. I'm gonna fight, right? I'm gonna see what happens.
I think that's the right mindset. He's trailing by half a point. Is he? Yes, he's trailing by half a point, and he must win if he wants to have some chances of qualifying and forcing a tiebreak. Of course, it doesn't depend only on him because Wojtaszek has to make a draw.
Yeah, of course, he's trailing by half point from two players immediately. I mean, it's not only FIDE, it's also Wojtaszek, who also has the black color. So imagine it's going to be a lot of, right, looking behind the shoulder, what is happening in those games. But you know, Raluca, I did not mention this yet about the most critical match, the Esipenko against Nakamura. Well, Nakamura didn't say much about today's game in the video about covering the previous round game. He did say that, okay, tomorrow we have the game against Arturs Esipenko. If I win or draw, I advance. If I lose, then nothing happens. So I don't advance, and that's it. But when Esipenko was asked about tomorrow, he was putting this devilish smile, and he said, we'll see. What do you make of that?
He's going to fight.
I think so.
Like a lion here.
Yeah, he was really having this very, very smirky smile, you know.
Maybe he was just thinking about a4. I'm going to play a4 on move on move 4, and we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, I think he's very much determined, and so also is Hikaru. So this is going to be really, really great. But going back to the opening part here, after knight c6, normally I do want to play c4. This is not the only move, but after c4, black used to play bishop g4 before. After bishop g4, c takes, queen d5, knight c3, and this feels like a bit worse version of the Scandinavian where the knight already is on c6. Maybe there's d5. So I would imagine he's going to play something like bishop f5 first at some point. I think so, actually, if I'm not heavily mistaken. Maybe I am, really. Anyway, bishop f4 is on the board. All right, bishop f4 is on the board. I guess he wants to play e3 next.
Mm-hmm.
Have you any experience in this variation, Raluca?
Not very much, no. Maybe bishop f5 here and try to play...
Yeah, maybe bishop f5, e6, knight f6. Okay, bishop g4 also makes sense. I like this. Maybe he's going to try to keep the option of castling long immediately. For example, let's say if FIDE plays in the traditional way, e3, let's say queen d7, something like bishop e2, long castle, short castle, and things can get exciting very quickly.
Play like the way White plays this in the Jobava London.
Yeah, the Jobava London, maybe that's a good comparison, actually. Only the knight is not on c3 yet. So maybe there's an option to position at c3 after pushing the pawn on c4 and maybe knight to b to d2. Very interesting. And also, it's not like Fedoseev doesn't want to win. He also needs the win. Because if he makes a draw and Wojtaszek wins, he's also out.
That's true. Yeah. Everybody's fighting here. And what's happening in Oparin's game, Arturs?
Yep. Let's check it. I'm gonna find it in a moment.
It's right there next to this game.
Found it. Found it. Okay. Okay. Wow. Something exciting.
Okay.
This is
We had like a reverse Benoni.
Yeah, or maybe Benko even.
Now Benko.
Also has some potential of the Benko. You know, personally, I think that I've used to play quite a lot of c4 knight f3 systems myself. I mean, start with knight f3 c4 or c4 knight f3. And I discovered that there is always something, some kind of a drawback for every single move. And that's how in chess it works. There's always something why it's not so perfect. So after c4, I came to realize that e5 is the most annoying system. And by the way, that's the reason why actually I decided to write the chessable course for black for c4, e5. After knight f3, the most annoying system, I believe, is to play d5. And after c4, my idea is to get this position. I believe d4 is one of the most principal response because black, quite similar to other variations, has not committed himself to e6. So maybe I'll just show you. Let's say c4, e6, there's this variation, g3, d5, bishop g2, and now sometimes black even plays d4. Having already committed to e6, and so you're not always sure, is this really a good contribution or not? But here white plays immediately c4, d4. Black has not played e6, and after b4, there's a lot of exciting ways to continue. There's the more sharp f6.
Yeah.
Here, e5, c5, a5. Probably you've seen something like this, Raluca.
Yes, yes.
Here, I'm sorry, a takes, knight e5. Okay.
That's the line I was thinking. Yeah, the one with knight takes e5 and queen h5. And
yeah, this leads sort of to equality, but you know, I'm not 100% sure where the modern theory stands here. So
you have to know it very well.
There's, oh wait, was it here also was this called the Navarra gambit? Was it g5 or was it bearing a different title? I just saw in the chat. Yeah, there's also the g5. A very exciting way. Bishop g4, I believe, is the quiet way to play this. But okay, he plays c5. e3. So white sacrifices the pawn. This is the idea. Mm-hmm. Get bishop e3, short castle, a3, a great gambit. And it's quite understandable that Wojtaszek did not allow this. He plays knight f6 with an idea to transpose once again to some kind of, I'm not sure what it is really, some kind of a Benko or Benoni with e5. So let's say I'm going to play bishop e2, e5, takes, and the pawn on c5 is recaptured at some point. So that's why Wojtaszek plays knight f6, because knight c6 would be b5, and the knight has to go. So knight f6, b5 is played to keep the knight on b8. And queen c7. Wow.
And queen c7, okay, because the pawn on d4 cannot be touched. We have queen e5, yes?
That's a good point.
The end of that line, and the knight is pinned. So we can defend that, shouldn't take that pawn.
And I think there's also the e5 threat.
e5 should be coming soon.
Yeah. Defending the pawn on d4, very interesting. How would you play here, Raluca? I'm just trying to understand. Maybe something like still offer to play some sort of a Benoni structure. Let's say if I want to win this, takes, don't take the pawn, but let's say
play with d3 and g3 first, maybe, or
That's
Okay,
a very
I would
good
have to play d3 not to lose c4 as well.
Yeah, okay, maybe let's start with d3.
Yeah.
e5.
And what about g3 here? Knight d4.
97, but this can very quickly turn ugly for white because he has this,
Mhm.
yeah, this very nice outpost. Although there's knight e5, rook e1 threat, bishop d6. Okay, I'm already fantasizing here, probably way too far. But if black finishes development like this, he's just doing great. I love the move queen c7.
Well, I'm sure that Oparin has something prepared here. Or
Well,
maybe
absolutely,
not.
I think so. It should be. It should be. You do not play b5 lightly. Let me maybe check what has been played before so far in this line, because I do not really recall it.
Maybe another idea is to just play g3 right away and take later on d4. Or play, yeah, try to do the same, but don't take on d4 just yet. I don't know if there could be some other options here.
Well, this is interesting. So far, the players are following a game of Adiban Baskoran against Levon Aronian, a rapid game in the Gold Money Asian preliminary tournament. So the game continued like this: e takes, c takes, d3, e5, bishop g5, check, knight bd2,
Yeah.
knight f to b7, going to c5, bishop e2, castle, castle, and black just played knight c5 and won a great game.
Looks like black is doing great there, right?
Yeah.
The bishop on g5 doesn't have a bright future.
But this is the only game. This is the only game so far, and I'm not sure. Maybe Grigory is just trying to recall what was in that game or what was written in his analysis. I mean, b5 move itself, it's not very popular, really. Mainly white plays something like bishop b2 here. I'm sorry, instead of b5, plays bishop b2 or captures the pawn on c5. E takes on d4 has been tested without forcing the pawn on b5. Maybe takes, and
like d3 and g3, right? The normal,
yeah,
I guess.
sort of looks more healthier pawn structure, the queen side.
Yeah.
But clearly he has some ideas here.
And this has been played, right? E takes d4 just played now.
Yeah, it is. It is on the board. So I think c takes on d4, it's a fair bet. It's going to happen.
I'm not sure how much you can invent here, no?
You mean black? What can he do else?
White, yeah. What white can do instead of just developing normally with g3 and d3, like we were analyzing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Raluca. We had the very first game. We
have a result.
Prediction that the game is going to finish in 15 minutes. I'm not going to name you the source, but clearly he was really well informed what might happen. Aronian against Dubov is a draw. Well, Aronian, he just takes a rest day. I like how you said it in the beginning, Raluca, that Aronian has 2 rest days. I mean, you said that today he's going to play a couple of moves, etc. And it is indeed. So they played it some sharp Sicilian, the Najdorf. Doesn't look very equal, to be honest. But like in every sharp variation, you can always find a way to repeat the position. Bishop a6, threat to win the pawn. Queen d2, threat to win the pawn. Rook b8, queen d3, queen d2, rook b8.
And we can play this until move 30, yeah?
No, I mean, you can just make a threefold repetition. Then you kindly raise your arm and, dear arbiter, our game's finished. So Aronian finishes the group tournament, and And that means that he wins, which already was clear before this round, wins the group with, how many points is it?
Four and a half now, yeah.
Yeah,
and he will play the winner of Group D, right?
I do not really recall. This doesn't tell us much. I guess so. Right.
I think so, yeah. So we're waiting to see whether that will be
Wesley So or
or
Dominguez. There's somebody among them. But listen, we couldn't really blame Levon for making it neither Dubov, right? I mean, the tournament, the result doesn't really affect anything. They're perfectly happy with the draw. Aronian just takes a break for Dubov. There was no chance to qualify anyway for the semifinal. So draw. And we forgive Levon because he played this amazing game yesterday, right?
Yeah, he played some great chess, so it's normal that in the last round you want to just make it sure and win the tournament. Okay, some other games that we were watching today were the games of Group D, both of them actually. Wesley So and Elenia Dominguez to see.
Wesley So.
He's playing Hare Krishna today with white, and we have what did we have here? A Catalan?
We have not 100% sure which opening. We are gonna check it, but we have hanging pawns on c6 d5, potentially a target.
Yeah.
Seems to be quite a peaceful position for Wesley to play without risk, and also have a peek what is happening in Dominguez's game. So indeed, it's Catalan. You're right. Wait, and this is something that was played already with the different order moves in one of the first round games of Raduslav-Wojtaszek against Richard Rapport, right? At least I seem to recall this sort of Bogolubov Catalan mix, or at least it was very, very similar, this a5, c5 idea.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, c takes, knight e4, queen b6. Okay, this is slightly something else. Black is attacking the knight on d4 instead of automatically taking the pawn on d5. So one of the typical ideas for the Catalan is that despite the fact that the pawn structure is very symmetrical, this bishop, let's go bishop on c8 for black is always slightly passive. So that's why white's chances always somehow are rated higher. So he goes for the isolated queen's pawn structure and has the possibility. Yeah, has the possibility to activate the bishop. All right.
Rook c1.
And knight c6. By the way, how would you feel, Raluca, about this decision?
I thought it's a normal decision here for white. I like taking on c6 and playing rook c1 against that because I feel the pawn is never going to c5, at least not yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna keep them there and attack c6.
Right. So this changes the structure of the position. So maybe alternative for white would be to play something like bishop c3, keep the isolated pawn on d5, but then again after bishop c3 you're forced to take with the pawn. And once again, this pawn on c3 could become a weakness itself, so maybe not what you want. So knight c6 changes the structure. Rook c1 targets the pawn, bishop takes, targets the pawn on c6, queen b4, b3 protects the pawn, and now bishop e6 is on the board. But I love white's position. I don't know about your local, but I just like it.
I like white's position. I'm just imagining a knight on a4, yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to find a way of bringing it over there.
This knight is gonna, like a spider, jump to c5.
It is.
Very, very annoying.
Probably have to mention that we cannot take that pawn on c6 right away, yeah?
That's a good point. Queen c6.
Yet.
Yeah. There's some problems. You cannot do that. The rook is undefended. So what if we try to play knight c3 here? I want to go knight a4.
Yeah, so here the only thing that's worrying me is c5.
c5, okay.
Knight a4.
Knight a4. This sort of is under attack, sort of. Although we have to check.
I also have c4, Arturs, don't I? Or is
Yeah, but I want to check. Do I have to push it? I see you have c4. I just want to check if I have to, if this is really an attack.
Because maybe it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's not. I mean, this is still something that needs to be calculated carefully. So knight e3 or knight a6.
Just rook takes c2.
Yeah, and this loses a piece, right? So rook c1 takes on b4, and you just lose a piece. So I think actually this immediate knight a4 is not creating any problems, because maybe, like you said, the c4 move is going to be there, but
rook c8, yeah, preparing c4. c4 is coming anyway, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. So how obvious is this all? I mean, maybe White doesn't really have to do this. He could instead seek something else. I mean, we thought about putting knight on a4, but maybe there's something else, like putting the queen on c5, maybe.
That's what I'm looking at. But on queen c5, I think knight d7 just... Oh, no, I can take on b4 and I win the pawn on c6.
So knight e7, take, and the pawn on c6 falls.
Right.
All right, but what if you play something like rook c8, and then I want to play the same idea of knight e7? I have a problem. I cannot develop the knight, or maybe I can, by the way. Wait. Can I do this?
Knight a3.
This is weird, no? With some ideas, put the knight on d4.
So on knight d7, you want to take on b4? I'm not sure, right? Because
c5. It's weird, right?
That looks weird. And here c5.
No, it's not weird. It's just bad. Those are weak pawns, and black has an excellent pawn structure here. No, it doesn't work.
Maybe we have to play knight d2 and forget about knight a4 for now. But on the other hand, I'm guessing that one of black's ideas will be a4 here sooner or later. So my knight on d2.
That is a good point. But then again, after a4, I could take it, give up the pawn on a4, and I have the outside pass pawn in the endgame. Yeah, maybe. So let's say if I play, let's say if I don't rush it, I play rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8. No need to rush it. But I'm thinking it's an idea.
Yeah, it's definitely an idea. I agree. So
knight f3, but then probably c5 again.
I think I'm sorry, not Dominguez, but Hare Krishna looks just fine. He has a good position, and this temporary weakness of the pawn on c6 or the weakness on c5, I just don't see any way how Wesley is going to capitalize on this. But then again, you know, for Pintala, it's not going really well because he hasn't really had a good tournament so far. If my memory is not very hazy, then he has 4 draws and a loss, if I remember correctly. So yesterday he lost a rather painful game with white color having a slightly better position after the opening against Linear Dominguez. And it was...
I told you Dominguez and the endgames. I had Dominguez as a very good endgame player. I know he wins a lot of endgames. So I'm when I saw the game yesterday.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting about Dominguez? And we are going to switch to the Dominguez's game against Arturs Neiksans. He has not won in this tournament a single game with white. He has won twice with black. First time against Arturs Neiksans, and the second time yesterday. No wins with white. But you know, this is quite funny because normally when you're playing chess in the competitive level, you would expect that with white, you're pressing, and with black, you're making draws. And at least I recall from my experience playing in tournaments, all of the white are winning, all the games of black are draws, and then you get your first place, or let's say, or very high ranking in the all rankings. But sometimes something weird happens, and you cannot win a single game with white, but you're winning all the games with black. It seems that it's happening with Dominguez.
Maybe he manages to win his first game today with white.
Let's see. Of course, he has to, because he's trailing by half a point from Wesley. And I think he should be pretty happy that his opponent played so aggressively. H6.
Shirov also wants to win. Yeah, he didn't have a very good tournament, so he's also going all in, trying to get his first win.
Maybe, but then again, I would imagine Alexa in the same shoes as Daniil Dubov. He just wants the tournament to be done.
That's also true, yeah.
Yeah, maybe, but then again, he goes for this very sharp G5, very aggressive continuation. So usually this move H6, it already says that Black is going to play G6 and Bishop G7 or G5 or Bishop G7. So if I'm going to play something like right away, let's say G6, there could be Knight G5 with consequences, and pawn on F7 will be under a serious attack. So that's why H6 secures the square on G5, D6, I guess, just in case to protect the pawn on E5, and then either G6 or G5. And this early C3 sometimes is meant against either Queen B3 or maybe prepared to push D4. So this is how they played it. Bishop B3 is a very typical retreat, so that maybe there's no D5 or Knight A5. Try to capture the bishop. G4, once again, a very typical maneuver. Knight H4 feels to be doing nothing there. Maybe after something like H5, it's going to be trapped, or maybe even right away. Something like this and this could be a problem.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be doing much there.
So he pushes away H5 and F4. This is what we have.
Oh, I'm sure this is not going to be boring today. I'm betting on a decisive result here.
You are? Okay. All I can see...
I don't know to tell you which side, but probably
it looks exciting. It's not going to be boring Italian game because, I think the game can get as exciting as the players want. And if the game is at the highest level, he does everything to kill the excitement. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to do something because this needs to be a joint effort. So both the players are trying to complicate the game and give the chances to both of them. But if one of them is constantly trying to trade off everything and avoid all of the hostilities, it's very difficult to conjure something really exciting. But we're seeing that there's going to be excitement.
I think so. No, and I'm also thinking, what you said, that you want the tournament to be over and you just want to go back home, but also you've had a bad tournament. You have the last round. If you win the last round, then the tournament is not so bad anymore. At least you go back home with this sweet taste in your mouth that I won the last game, so it wasn't so bad after all.
Yeah, maybe.
Forget about the rest.
Yeah, indeed. And there's also one of the oldest sayings, so to speak, if you want to make a draw, for example, let's say if you still want to finish the tournament or a draw is a good result for you, the easiest way to achieve it is you play for the win. Because there's probably the most difficult thing to do is with Black against a strong opponent just to play for the draw. Not usually, but very often leads to bad results.
I see we have Knight C3 in Wesley's game. Going for Knight A4, maybe the exact line that we
check it. Okay, Knight C3. Maybe Knight A4 or Knight E2. Oh, wait, maybe Knight E2.
Knight E2, yeah, maybe.
So let's say
C5. Okay, Rook C8 as well.
Here. Maybe this is his idea.
And go after D5.
Or the bishop on E6. So let's say Black plays something like C4. Once again, a very responsible decision.
Yeah.
I could at some point take, or let's say if Black doesn't do that, he plays something like Queen B6. I keep the pressure here. And maybe at the right moment, there's some kind of a thrust in the center or something like this, making those light square weaknesses a potential target. I'm not saying they're weaknesses, they might as well become.
Yeah, so you have an idea of playing E4 at the right moment. And, if you split them up, it's great. But you have Bishop H3 as well there. So you
immediately, I'm seeing this position, the immediate game I recall is Kasparov-Karpov, which gives a 24, right? With the pawns on E6, G6, H7, the bishop dominates the knight. Something like this seems peaceful. Not so simple. The history proves.
It's a very instructive game.
Yeah. Okay.
C5 played, and we'll see what his idea is.
c5 is played. Yeah. Knight a4 doesn't, to be honest, if it doesn't immediately win the pawn on c4, sort of, in my humble opinion, doesn't make sense. I think knight e2 is going to be played.
Future there, yeah. On a4.
It's not doing much. It's just half a knight, really.
Half a knight.
Yeah.
I like that.
I also like this quote yesterday by Levon Aronian. He said in an interview, remember this not early, but late lash out at the king side when Keymer was trying to checkmate him. And he said, if that doesn't win on the spot, it definitely loses. Really, really nice quote. I mean, okay. So we have to check Wojtaszek, right?
Yes, I was going to ask what's happening there in Oparin-Wojtaszek. What's happened
Let's
here?
check it. Bishop b2, e5.
And Queen e2.
Wait a second. This is very familiar motive.
Yeah, and this.
It's from the Queen's Indian. I mean, let me tell you how it usually it comes from different opening. I'm not sure if it comes from here. I just happen to know this because I'm playing Queen's Indian, and there is quite a similar idea. So you're going to see the pattern. So knight of 3, g6 here. I'm sorry, I think it was a3. Bishop b7. Wait, a3, c5, d5 takes. Oh my goodness, already messed it up.
No, I think
the point was that to meet e4 with queen e7. This is exactly the same idea. I have problems sitting
and on
right.
bishop d3, there's knight d5. I think you had it just right, didn't you?
Wait. I think I'm gonna make it just a second. Queen c2, c5, d5, takes, bishop e7. And here e4 is met by queen e7 and knight takes on d5. This is exactly the same motive. Once again, you're pinning the king. So bishop d3 is knight e5.
Yeah.
So we're seeing the same idea. Once again, right? I mean, sort of the same idea. E takes, c takes, bishop e2, attacking the pawn on d4, e5, queen e2, pinning the pawn. I mean, what else? What else to do here? So Wojtaszek sacrifices the pawn. This is a sacrifice. This is not a blunder. So something like bishop g4 is not great. There's going to be queen takes on e5. You can do that. Bishop d6, knight e4, castle, knight c2. And this is a bit interesting because Oparin is taking big risks. He's taking big risks here because he's definitely playing this for the win. And it also sort of helps Wojtaszek. Because he's fighting for the first place. And black is going to get really good initiative for the pawn.
I'm thinking so because white is is missing a lot of pieces. It's behind in development. So how can black immediately cash up on that? Something like bishop f5? Does that?
I think there's a number of ways he can continue. I guess put the knight on c5. Maybe bishop g4, maybe bishop f5, maybe e4. So when a good, I'm sorry?
Something with e4, yeah. Bishop f5, it's d3. I wanted to get e4.
Or maybe don't even rush anywhere because black has a very good control of the central squares. And usually when at a good level, players are sacrificing a pawn like that, they are not immediately seeking the punishment because it simply might not be there. So also for white, it's not really so bad. You can play something like queen d1, bishop e2, and just finish the castle. So all Wojtaszek gains is time, some squares, and better development. And that's it. So this is how the chess is played at the highest level.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. 97. The knight is getting to c5.
Like you suggested, yeah? Knight c5.
Yeah. I would totally choose black. I think that any opening, when you can give up a pawn to solve your opening problems and get even some lead in development is a no-brainer. I mean, totally go there, right? I mean, the alternative for you is suffering sometimes a long fight for the draw in a slightly worse position. Here, you're immediately calling the shots, have very active development, and
the chances are on your side, right?
What is that the side?
On black side.
Yeah.
When you sacrifice the pawn, you have the odds here.
Yeah, I mean, black controls the initiative clearly. Maybe even b6, bishop b7 is going to happen here. Very, very interesting game. And I think Wojtaszek should be happy about this. I'm slightly surprised that Oparin in the final game decided to go for the big fight.
Maybe the same mindset as Shirov.
What?
Maybe the same mindset as Shirov. Trying to...
Yeah, you know...
get the last round win.
Yeah, get the last fun out of the... Yeah, the last fun, the last laugh out of the tournament, so to speak. And for Oparin, maybe it's the same mentality as for Keymer, who yesterday, I think he could have tried to play it more peacefully. Instead, he went after the complications. This is experience. And they're playing against these high-class players. So for Oparin, I don't think he has played so many games against them. And Keymer, of course, also is looking for these games and learn something from these experienced players. So maybe Oparin simply decide, okay, listen, since I'm here, right, why don't I just continue to play an interesting game? If I lose, so what, right? I mean, it's going to be at least something, and also fun.
Also fun.
Knight c3.
Knight c3, and I'm guessing knight c5. Yep, there it goes, knight c5. I'm expecting something to land on d3 pretty soon.
That's a good chance. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure I understand where this bishop is going to go. I mean...
What about f5 to support?
Yeah, f5 for g4 or b6, bishop b7. I mean, it really depends, I guess. It really depends how white is going to play. So let's say he plays something like d3. Maybe black can play b6, bishop g7 because white is a bit slow with the development. So if white is going to play, let's say, g3, right away position the bishop on g2, maybe black is going to first provoke a weakness with f3 and then position the bishop on f5. So that would be my mindset. So this knight e7, knight c5 is a move which simply makes the most sense. And then Wojtaszek is simply asking the question to white, where are you going to go next?
It's not so easy to get the pieces out here with white.
Yeah. By the way, I also want to say a couple of things for the dear viewers. Thank you once again for being very active in the chat. If you have some very interesting insights or questions, or you see something super awesome is happening in one of the games, please let us know. We'll try to pay attention to it. And thank you for all of your support.
We are always watching you in the in the chat.
We're always watching you.
Whatever you're saying, we're seeing it.
We're seeing what you're saying. We're seeing. Be nice.
Be nice, yeah.
Okay. All right. Which game do you want to check next?
What about Nakamura's game? That's our derby today. Esipenko Nakamura. What's happened there with a4?
All right. Okay, so far not much is happening. Nakamura is playing it safe, and this is something that what he said in one of the post-game interviews, I think it was maybe yesterday or in the previous rounds, I think it was yesterday, that he knows how to switch the mode. So I think he is experienced enough, of course, to know which moment and against which player he has to play sharp, he has to push for the win, and against which moment he can try to play it positional and slow. So the tournament situation clearly allows Hikaru play quiet, normal chess, but there's so much at stake here because if Esipenko wins the game, Nakamura is simply out, and it does not matter what happened before. So he's going to try to play it solid. All of these moves make sense. White has some space advantage, by the way.
He does. And Queen b3 is coming next. Oh, actually, Rook e8, Queen b3 just played.
So what I can say about this? One of the biggest recent ideas in the Italian game is that black sometimes pushes a5. So, for example, bishop c4, bishop c5, let's say castle, knight f6 here. Let's start with like this, d6, c3. This is one of the common ideas that black has started to explore recently in the modern chess. Try to grab a lot of space so that white gonna do the same at the queen side. So maybe with this order of the moves, what Esipenko did with this early a4, there's some trick. Like I already mentioned before, that after a5, maybe white is not fully obliged to play c3. Maybe his idea was indeed to play something like knight c3, knight e5. I guess we are not going to find it out immediately, but a6 is the old conventional choice, right? I mean, this is how usually black plays, or at least used to play in this position. So with a slightly smart order of the moves, Esipenko immediately gains some space advantage at the queen side.
On queen b3. Is Esipenko a point behind Nakamura? I think he's just half a point behind.
Half a point.
Half a point. So
There's no tie breaks in this
no
group.
tie breaks if he wins. Yeah. Well, actually, no tie breaks at all. Yeah.
You're seeing the rankings in Group A. Hikaru Nakamura leads 3.5 points. Esipenko half a point behind. So one of them wins. That's it. He's going to qualify. But Nakamura has draw odds. So with black, he can also make a draw. This is like a classical Armageddon, but only with a classical time control.
Yes. Nice.
Why doesn't have an extra time? So Nakamura is a favorite, but Esipenko, I believe he can do it.
And he has white.
Right? Queen b3 is played.
So I have questions about f7.
Yeah. How do you defend it?
I'm guessing that if you play rook e8, I'm sure Nakamura saw queen b3 and he has an idea here. So something like queen e7 or what? Bishop e6, but
first we need to understand if there's no bishop e6, right? Because the pawn on b7 hangs.
That's what I'm looking at, if I can take that or not.
Yeah, I think this is also for the match situation a bit risky choice, even if this is somehow working. Let's say queen d7, the queen is risking to be trapped. Queen b3, no, it doesn't look like there's some compensation. So I guess there's not going to be any bishop e6. Queen e7 maybe.
7 maybe.
Raluca, I just wanted to explain also this move bishop e3. After bishop e3, why Nakamura didn't take on e3? Because then after f takes on e3 opens the f file, and white does enjoy a bit space advantage. Maybe he can try to play something like knight b to d2 with perhaps d4, b4. There are a lot of space. Maybe could be some ideas with queen e1, knight h4, knight f5. So that's why Nakamura better not take the pawn, the bishop on e3, and he is ready to waste the tempo for rook a7 and then go back and not open the f file for the white's rook.
Yeah, here the double pawns on the e file are not improving black's position. It's not something that you can attack, and it's actually a pair of pawns that's quite useful for white. We see this idea quite a lot, don't we? Even with bishop e6 from black's side, and black allows white to take on e6.
I'm also thinking maybe queen b3 is sort of a defensive move against potential black's d5. This is always something that you need to anticipate. Not that it's a big threat, but you need to watch it out. For example, knight b2, maybe there could be a moment when d5 works. Sort of inviting you to take knight e5, and if black managed to play something like bishop e6, then it's sort of great. And this is once again, this knight on d5 forces white to do something. Or maybe it's nothing. I don't know. Queen b3, bishop e6 could be.
And then again, b7 is.
Yeah, but this is something else this time. I'm not sure there's something hanging on e3. Once again, you have to calculate this. What this is really.
What's happening here?
Yeah, so queen b3, it's not only an attacking move, it might be also a good move to keep the eye on the d5 square. And, well, the queen stands nice here.
But couldn't black have played d5 without rook e8? I mean, of course, the rook on e8 is
Yeah, maybe he could have. That's a very valid point.
Probably d5 is...
Probably it's not much, yeah. I just know that sometimes black wastes tempo on d6, and then he plays anyway d5, and he's very happy about it. But like I already said, I'm not even sure if this d5 is such a threat, because quite typically for these positions, white even takes, and then somehow reacts actively in the center, let's say. Rook e8, this pawn now is under attack. Rook e1, I mean, rook e8, and there could be some ideas with maybe d4 or queen b3, and suddenly black's center is a bit shaky. All right, so you can simply disregard what I said about d5.
At least right now.
At least right now.
So very interesting here situation. I still feel like bishop e6 is the move I want to play, but I'm not sure about queen b7. We will let Nakamura figure that out. We've seen that his calculation is always on point.
Yep.
So we'll trust that.
Let's briefly have a look maybe at some of the not so critical games which don't really influence the fight for the qualifying of the semifinals. Both Grishuk and Bakro have lost their chances to qualify for the semifinals. The classical Sicilian. One of the typical setups, king b1, g4, so white usually goes for some kind of inspired king set attack with h4, h5, very aggressive approach, knight h5, wow, king e7.
And can we take a moment to look at the time? We have Alexander Grishuk with 1 hour and 25 minutes.
This must be a mistake.
Can we immortalize this moment?
Half an hour on the clock ahead. This is quite something.
Maybe he's just decided to play Blitz in the beginning of the game instead of the end of the game.
Yeah, but okay, I guess he's simply way too familiar with this position. Although Grishuk, of course, is notoriously known for spending quite a lot of time for his moves when seemingly they're sometimes easy to make. He's just trying to find the absolute best move. So king e7. What does your instinct say, Raluca, about this position?
Well, at first sight, I thought black is fine here. Even with the king on e7, I don't see why the king is not safe on e7 for now, at least.
So this h5 is a highly provocative move because, I mean, white normally plays something like this. So I'm not sure about exact order of the moves. Maybe it's not really so relevant. Probably it is. But let's say white plays something like bishop e3, bishop c6. He tries to play g4. If black castles, maybe h4, b5, g5 here, maybe sometimes even sacrifice the pawn on g6 and push h5.
Haven't we seen this a few rounds ago?
Yeah, I think something similar.
Mm.
Something similar was happening. So Grishuk decided to do it right away without playing bishop e3. Maybe there's some kind of a reason why this g4 is necessary to play before bishop e3. I won't tell immediately, but this h5 is a very nice move. I mean, I like it because seemingly black wants to castle short, which is the standard response. But he uses the downside of white's plan because you cannot easily now protect the pawn on g4. G takes on h5 creates some weaknesses, which was played in the game, but h3 just drops something because the spin remains. And after f takes, okay, maybe there's no knight g4, but
queen g7 is there, right? That's what you're.
Yeah, knight g4, queen g7. This I missed, but white loses the access of the e5 square, so maybe.
And you don't want to take with the f pawn on g4, usually, right?
You have no choice, really.
No, I know, but what I mean is that usually white doesn't want to do that. So even if
white doesn't want to do that. That's a very good point.
It's just know what you want.
That's a very good point. So Grishuk follows in the best tradition to open the king side because this is where the black king stays. I guess his idea was after rook h5, h4, f4, bishop g2, e5 or f5, just charge forward with the attack, and this bishop g5 is feeling really good. And this is where Bakro plays knight takes on h5. Paradoxical move. The king is walking, but when you pay close attention to the position, it's not so easy for white to crash through, and it's actually, it can get risky for white, because let's say if black somehow managed to trade queens, those weak.
So, but look at this, Arturs, because white plays rook g1, and after queen c5, I think you're forced to trade queens, yeah? In this position.
Oh.
So the king on e7 will be very well placed, kind of like black's position. I have a pretty square on f4 for my knight.
This is, of course, what I wanted to say is that queen c5, that's a very nice move. The queen cannot go away because black is going to win the rook. I think so.
I think so.
Wait. There could be some checks on d6. Wait, maybe it's not so simple. So let us show you where's the idea. If white trades,
yeah.
If he trades, black is going to play g6, knight f4, and this could become a monster knight with a very weak pawn on h2. So I can only assume that Grisha has some ideas like queen d2, sacrifice the rook, and take on d7. Does it even work?
Well, let's see if we are here. We haven't had any crazy. Okay, so king f6, I see e5 and bishop d3, yeah? Which, I don't have to.
Can I do this? So king g6 drops the queen, right? That's a check. This queen is under attack. You're going to do that. But king g5.
And you're just going on dark squares all the way to h6.
Nah, this is too much. Now, here's the point also. I mean, why king f6? Because after queen d7, there's some idea like rook d8, offering some favorable trades, and white might be actually losing something in the process. So that's why this idea, because queen d6, king e8 is looking very risky.
Very dangerous here for black.
Although then again, he takes the pawn on h2. It could be some kind of a race.
Bishop b5 again, Arturs.
Oh, this I didn't see.
Bishop away again.
Yeah, this I didn't see. Once again, attacking the queen, attacking the rook. Yeah, and queen d2 is on the board. So this queen c5 was a nice try.
Oh, nice. So this is actually played. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think 1 hour and 21. I'm sure he has this prepared.
Yeah. I don't think he really wanted to trade queens.
No, for sure not. But what happens in that line with king f6 then, Arturs? After queen g1?
Queen d2, I just don't believe it myself, to be honest. I just showed it like a part of a joke, but there's no way this is going to work.
For white or for black?
Or for black. With such a king, I don't know, I take it.
Okay, on a rook d8, you have queen e7.
Although, of course, it can be calculated king h6.
Oh, there's queen takes
There's
f1 in the end, yeah? Queen d1.
And this is...
Pawn up?
No, not for long. I don't know. What is this?
King f4 there.
King f4, king f3 incoming.
And he just played bishop c6. He's not acknowledging us.
There's a mention that this has been played before, right? I understand at least. There is not much explanation. Giri against Vitiugov-Keymer.
Mm-hmm.
Could be. You don't get to this position so quickly, otherwise.
Yeah.
So Vitiugov played g6 instead of queen c5. All right, thank you. All right. So that will be here, g6.
G6 is another move that makes sense here because you want to free the knight.
Maybe put it on f6, play e5, bishop e6, something like this. Yeah, it makes sense.
I was going for f4.
Right,
maybe.
So bishop c6 is played. All right. So all of this already has been played before.
There's some other games that we haven't seen, like we haven't seen Vidit's game, have we, against Keymer?
Yeah, it's also one of the unfortunate games which is not really having any impact in the overall rankings. The position feels really peaceful.
Oh, we have another same structure as in in Oparin's game.
Wait, this rings a bell, this variation. Wasn't this one of the games in the World Championship of Carlsen against Nepomniachtchi? This bishop c5? No? Looks very familiar. Yeah, definitely. I think they played something like this. Knight g4, bishop c5. Yeah. They're repeating the ninth game.
Ninth game.
Oh, no, the chat says the ninth game.
Game.
Yeah, it looks very familiar. So they're repeating Nepo Carlsen. Thank you. Yeah, they're repeating, like I already said. It just immediately struck that I've seen this somewhere before. At the time, I think it was rather rare continuation, but usually the best players in the world, they're setting the what do you say, the fashion. And this is the position. Seems rather peaceful. White has some space, but it's not much really. The bishop trapping game. Okay, it was the bishop trapping game. This bishop e7 and c6.
Bishop trapping game, yeah.
That game.
That game.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, dear viewers. We really appreciate that.
Appreciate it, yeah.
Okay. Not much happening here.
Well, we had two exciting games. There was Wojtaszek's game, which was very interesting.
So Wojtaszek has,
So he played queen d1 here. Okay, just trying to get the bishop out, yeah?
There's also some knight e5 threat, so that's why bishop e6 is played. Queen d1.
And he wants bishop e2 and finally castle.
Yeah, but are you going to castle? The pawn on h2 also can't. No, I think there's a big risk that white is going to simply go down. That's my gut feeling. It looks so dangerous. I mean, so dangerous because let's say I'm going to play bishop e2. How do you even castle? Because the pawn on h2 is hanging, right? You see this battery here. So you're going to have to spend another tempo.
On what, Arturs? On h3 or on g3? Because I'm honestly afraid of playing either one of them.
That's a very good point. Let me just try to figure out first what I want to do. Maybe I could play...
Knight d3 is there, right? I don't know if we want...
That's what I was thinking. I'm not sure if I have to do this.
No, you don't.
The pawn is hanging, by the way.
Yes, that pawn's hanging. Maybe I can defend with queen b3, but...
I think I want to drop it as quickly as possible. I think something like this, and rely on the bishop power with something like knight f5, queen f3. Wojtaszek is calling the shots. It just feels to me.
Aren't there some ideas with f5, f4 here for black as well?
This was my second idea. Yeah, knight e7.
Yeah.
Knight e7, f5, f4. So bishop e2. Knight e7, but it gives away the d5 square, so that's why I was not really so sure. Let's put the knight here, queen d8, let's say short castle, queen h4,
h3, and take it.
h3. Nah, this is invitation for a slaughter. No, there's going to be a mate.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. So I guess something like g3, queen goes somewhere, and black is attacking. There's knight e5. There's bishop h3. I love this position. This looks so natural. Instead of grabbing this pawn on c4, which does nothing, this is attacking.
And the knight on d5 is very pretty, but I'm not sure that it's very helpful, is it?
The knight on e5?
The one on d5, white's knight on d5.
Ah, that's very nice. That's very nice. Yeah, this is, by the way,
cute knight.
This is sometimes what makes a strong player, an average player is that strong player sometimes willingly allows his opponent position his opponent's knight to d5, and he knows it's not doing there. So in the contrary, maybe to knight on c5, which can jump to d3, the knight on d5 is just pretty.
The knight from e5 can even go to f3 if needed at some point. I'm seeing.
I was just talking about not on c5. Yeah, but knight e5, I agree. The knight on e5 would clearly be much better than the knight on d5, which is just not doing anything. There's no prospects for this knight. Where do you go? Back to e3, I guess.
You probably have to go back to e3 and defend your light squares at some point.
Okay, I mean, we could try to play something like bishop e2, knight e7. I think Radoslav is going to play knight e7. It's my gut feeling. It just looks so natural. Knight e7, h3, f5, f4, queen d8. These are so easy moves. He would play this in a blitz game. And there's a lot of things threatening.
Can I try to somehow, untangle my pieces with d4 with white and play d4? Maybe even in that position.
You mean here?
I don't know if here. I was thinking in the final position that you had earlier.
All right, let me again do it. Bishop here, knight e7.
I think h3 first.
3. Let's assume h3 is necessary. f5, f4, and d4. Well,
I'm not sure about it because you can even
turn on your imagination.
You play f3, yes?
Yeah, of course. F3, d takes, queen g5, and start to calculate.
That looks very dangerous. I don't.
Looks very dangerous.
I mean, White wants that.
No, he does not want. And even if it somehow holds for White, players are usually very practical. They don't go for something which looks so dangerous. So they try to figure it out, and that's why Oparin is sitting here. He sees all of this. He sees there's going to be most likely knight e7, f5, f4, because everything he's doing for himself, and this is how the professional chess players are taught, good players and competitive players are taught. You're not only thinking about your plans, you're thinking about your opponent as well. And then you put it together like a nice puzzle.
And you have to figure out what you do here. But what do you do? Because if I play d4 at any point earlier, then my king on e1 doesn't feel safe with those open files. Like
maybe something like knight e5. That was an idea.
But what if you just go queen to d8 again?
No. The knight on f6 seems to be...
just trade my knight, sorry, yeah.
It seems to be under attack. So it also sort of forces you to take with the knight, because with the bishop, I could take on f6. But I'm still not very sure if this is good. I just go back, by the way. Bishop e6 and f5 is incoming. So once again, maybe it's just not good. But my point was, win a tempo for c takes, and then somehow, I don't know, try to trade it on d6 or something, bishop e2. But even this doesn't look very good. I don't like Oparin's position. I already said this before. It just looks so dangerous.
No, it does look very dangerous.
And also, this is not what Fedoseev and Rapport want to see, because they are counting that Wojtaszek is going to make a draw. And it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Oparin, with White? I mean, you are not fighting for anything in this tournament. You go for this crazy gambit and win your opponent an initiative. I know this feeling all too well, right? That you are also relying on your competition, that they're going to hold down your other competition.
But they're not. And I think maybe the same can be said by Wesley in their group, where Shirov just went for the open position.
Very quickly, I just wanted to have a look at Fedoseev's game against Rapport. It's super equal. Nothing is happening here. So I guess we're gonna see it at some point. A very important game, by the way, but players are taking it carefully. But then again, if they see what is happening in Wojtaszek's game, this is what I told you. It will affect how they are playing. And again, they're immediately going to start to look for some excitement, because if Wojtaszek wins, it's over for Rapport, and for Fedoseev, draw is not good. It's so simple.
No, and Fedoseev might, you see that your immediate opponent, like Wojtaszek in this case, is winning, and Fedoseev might think, let me try to complicate things, and that can backfire sometimes.
Yeah, but what can he lose, right?
I don't even know. He can,
He has to win. If Wojtaszek is winning, he has to win to force the tiebreaks. All right. Which game do you say? Shirov, right?
Yeah, let's see that. Things were happening, are still things happening here.
Oh, wow.
So f4, we just left it after f4 was played.
Take.
And
Rook
rook takes
takes.
d5. So we're just going to open everything with the king in the center. Is this what's happening here? This is what we teach. Is this what you teach your students as well?
No,
You tell them, king in the center, please guys, open your files.
no. I usually say that if this is done by a club level player, this is a very bad move. You don't do that because your king's in the center. You have to develop the pieces. And of course, if this is done by a grandmaster, this is a very deep move, and you have to pay attention to what he is doing.
Which is certainly what's happening here. I guess we'll see, won't we?
It's an interesting move, by the way. I think Shirov's idea also is to play bishop e6, because if he's going to play bishop e6 right away, you could force some trades. And the king on e8 is feeling rather okay. It's not feeling bad. You can always castle if the danger is coming.
Will you castle short, though, Arturs, here? Or are you trying
It
to
depends.
castle long?
I think it depends, really. So Shirov keeps all the options open. You know, I'm starting to wonder, is this some kind of a revenge? I find it hard to believe. But Shirov, you remember, he lost his crushing, crazy Sicilian game against Dominguez in round 2. I think it was round 2.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, round 2. Maybe he's just, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. I still remember this very painful game. I find it very hard to believe, but he's going very, very aggressive.
He has nothing to lose here.
Right. Bishop e6. This is interesting. So white does not want to take on d5 because knight e5, the black knight is very active. Queen d7, long castle. Looks very good for white. That's why this d4 is a sacrifice, actually. Forcing matters.
Yeah.
Play e5.
Yeah, because if black gets to castle long, and his pieces are quite harmonious after you castle long. In that position, you were imagining with a queen on d7 and long castle. So with white here, you kind of have to do something.
Yeah. I guess his idea is to take on e6, and either queen b3, or maybe knight c2, knight e3, or maybe knight c4, bishop f4, bishop g5. The pawn on e4 is seemingly not going anywhere.
Can you try an exchange sacrifice here?
Oh, immediately.
I don't know how good it is. Just for fun, it's not our game.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. I think it's not very good, but for fun, yeah, why not? The problem is we don't have pieces for the attack. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Everything is standing on the first rank. So something like knight c5, long castle, queen b3. I don't believe this.
Yeah, just b6. Okay, I take on e6, but it's not going to be.
Yeah, take on e6, but it's exchange for a pawn.
Yeah.
No, I think it's something else. Queen e2. Queen e2 is played by Dominguez. He did not take on e6. That's interesting.
He wants to take on e4. So if I play something like queen d7 here with black.
Queen d7.
Is d5 an option?
Now, there might be actually some option to sacrifice, but this could be an option. But okay, let's not touch it. Knight e4, I guess.
Knight e4, we guess, yeah.
Yeah, knight e4 makes more sense. Knight e4, queen e4.
And castle.
Bishop g5. Looks normal. By the way, there's a room for some blunders.
So, yep.
You have to be careful. So all of this makes sense, right? If black plays queen, if he plays it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no guarantee that he has to do this, but this looks normal. Knight e4. Seemingly you have to take. Takes.
Oh, yeah.
Seemingly you have to castle.
But then there's bishop g5 and...
Okay, maybe there's some intermezzo moves like bishop b3, but
then you open the file against my...
That's a very good point, yeah. And if somebody can be better here, I think it's only white. Even queen f5 This F file is open. Knight goes to D3. There's the rook on A file.
I was actually thinking this, that White might be thinking that he's somewhat better even in an endgame because Black has overextended slightly on the king side, right? So he doesn't need to do anything crazy right now to sacrifice.
No, he does not. But like I already said before, I think Dominguez is very happy because once again, you play something like E4, E5, and your opponent just builds a brick wall in front of you. You have to crash through, and then he goes aggressive against you, something like G5, G4. And this is usually like, come here, right? Let's do this. So Dominguez, of course, he needs to win desperately. So he is happy about this position. Doesn't matter if even if it's objectively worse, he is just happy that there's a game going, and I like his position, by the way.
Yeah, it's a position where anything can happen. And
it's really still long castle doesn't look very good, so I guess Shirov has to look for something else. At least the line we checked, it does look very good.
It doesn't know, but how else can I try things here with Black?
No, that's a different question, yeah.
Because I'm not sure. I mean, of course, I have the option of castling short, but do I want to castle short?
Castle short, 94.
I guess, yeah, I was thinking knight takes and maybe take that one on b3 so it doesn't go to c2.
But it's exactly the same, right? It's the same structure. This line is open. This line is open. The pawn on h5. Overstretched pawns. And that's why I think this was such a great idea for Dominguez. Maybe d5 is even not good. You know, I'm not really sure. Very nice move. Rook f1. And d4, sacrificing the pawn, temporarily pawn sacrifice, and queen e2. And all of this from afar, it can be missed. It easily can be missed because your attention goes elsewhere. Your attention goes maybe, for example, for Black, for some forcing moves like bishop e6, queen b3, etc. And suddenly your opponent plays queen e2, and you sit and look at this position from Shirov's perspective. It's like, oh, I don't like this. And then you realize, okay, this move d5, okay, maybe that was not a good decision, but you only realize it right now. It's already maybe too late, right? You couldn't do anything.
Arturs, can we check whether there's anything happening in Nakamura's game? I see people discussing some lines here, and what's happened here? Something about a pawn. Oh, something about a pawn there with bishop a7 and bishop a6. Is that what everybody's discussing here after rook b8?
Bishop a7 and what?
Bishop a7 and bishop takes a6. Is that a pawn?
Oh, that's a pawn, no? Wait. Take here, but there's bishop h3.
There's bishop h3, yeah.
So you could take on a6, I guess. Or can you, by the way? The queen could be trapped. Also tricky, by the way.
Where do you put the bishop to trap my queen?
I could put the queen here. I could try to escape queen a8 here. No. Listen, this is not dangerous. At least I don't.
No, I don't. It doesn't feel like you're going after that one.
Although, of course, we can try to have some fun. Yeah, there's room for excitement. Bishop, not really sure if he has to go back. There could be this move. There could be this move. Knight f4. Craziness, but probably more human is something like this and c6. Win it back. I think Hikaru is doing fine. Rook b8 also perhaps prepares at some point b5, maybe.
And maybe even bishop e6. We were talking that bishop e6.
Bishop e6, that's a very valid point. Yeah.
Right, because you defend b7, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So he did play queen e7 in that position, where we left it, knight d2 and rook b8.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, wait, this is the position, no?
This is the position, yes.
Yeah. Rook b8. This looks very natural, because even if white is not winning the pawn on a6, the knight on a7 seems to be misplaced. So if I'm Esipenko, I try to grab center.
That's what I was looking at. What about the pawn on e4, Arturs? Can we take that?
No, I think you
because
cannot.
Because f7 is hanging, yes?
Yeah, but now I'm not 100% sure with what you have to recapture. I think both moves could be playable. So c takes, knight e4 is out of the question because the pawn on f7 and the exchange is dropping.
Yeah.
So after c takes and d4, white has the pawn center, but black could have a nice counterplay. Something like bishop d7, maybe bishop b5, or knight b5, or maybe something else, which I don't see immediately. Maybe even bishop e6. Yeah, by the way, bishop e6, and trade the bishops and put the knight on b5, and then again, not very simple. And after e takes on d4, alternative is knight takes on d4. Once again, maybe play something like rook e1, f4, e5. This is what I would play because it just feels, I don't know, more natural.
More natural, yeah.
More natural, you know. I think both plans are playable, but then again, Hikaru doesn't have to take on b4.
No, he doesn't. He probably won't actually, right?
I'm not sure, really. I mean, maybe he has an option to play bishop e6, which again has to be calculated. Try to trade, put the knight back on c6. So
you're trying to provoke also d5 here.
You mean here?
Yeah, you're trying to provoke that.
Oh, that's by the way interesting. Putting the knight in an awkward position, b5, and something like bishop e.
You get out on b5, don't you? Oh, you don't after c4.
And then you go back, I guess, immediately. Something like this. I think this is what's going to happen. Oh, by the way, it's on the board.
It is on the board.
Of course. This is a typical plan for the Italian game. So trade the bishops, play d4, fight for the space.
Arturs, there's a question in the chat. Do you think that watching Grandmaster games helps us improve our own play?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
What else? What else can improve your games if not watching the Grandmaster games? I think so. Yeah. So we are also doing a bit educational broadcast here. So we are not only following the games, giving you the potential insights of what they might be thinking, we're also educating you. So hopefully you're going to get better.
Yeah, and you get all these ideas. If you don't see games, how are you going to get ideas for plans? Basically, what people are trying to do, you see a Grandmaster's game, you see classical games, and you're just trying to reproduce the same in your games. You see a plan, and then you remember, oh, this looks like something familiar. Oh, I've seen this before. If Carson played this, I can try it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I think Hikaru here is not going to take on d4. He is not interested to complicate matters. The position is very solid. I just don't know what he's going to choose. Maybe knight c6.
Yeah, but how are we getting our pieces out, even with knight c6?
Yeah, but then again, you know, Raluca, after knight c6, once again, you have to understand what happens after d5 and bishop a6. And once again, you have to calculate that. So
I wasn't thinking necessarily about bishop takes a6, but I'm just trying to put black's pieces in awkward positions. Yeah, if I play d5, where's the knight going?
That's the point.
Knight to a7?
That's the point. Knight d8, and then I immediately can take it. And then
well, in that case, yeah.
I guess so. I mean, could be, of course, bishop h3, g takes, and again, knight h5, but the tournament situation doesn't ask you to play like that. So
it feels a little risky here. You don't have a lot of pieces, just a queen joining, right?
Yeah, maybe this could be played if Nakamura was trailing by half a point. Then he could consider something like this, but not when he's leading by half a point, and he needs to play it safe. Now, I think we can discard knight c6. I think it's going to be either bishop e6 or bishop d7. Maybe bishop d7. Yeah. But then again, after bishop d7, there could be this idea: takes, and knight e5.
I wasn't sure what to make of that. And bishop f7, I'm getting two pawns, but it's two minor pieces. I don't want to take with the rook, right? Because b7's hanging. So
yeah, maybe
the bishop and maybe put it on g6 later, maybe. Just
this is not very clear. There could be a pawn sacrifice, knight f3, queen e4, rook e1, rook e7, not very clear. And again, I think he doesn't want to have any hostilities like that. And you see he's really taking his time. So he is very, very much concentrated. This is important for Hikaru. Doesn't matter what he says. Maybe he has said in some interviews that he's going to give up his place in the candidate spot for Ding Laurent. I don't believe this, to be honest. This is also important for him. Of course, he is a huge streamer, but it's important for him.
No, for sure.
He would not be here.
Hi all, Dubov didn't feel like playing today. Well, the tournament situation was probably not very nice.
Yeah.
Jan had already won the group.
This is what happens. If both players are happy with the draw, there's nothing you can do. They're going to find a draw.
They are going to find a draw. Even with the 30 moves rule.
Even in the most complicated position, they're going to find a draw because they're happy. They're happy with a draw. So let's not judge them because they had a very, very interesting tournament behind them.
They did.
All right. Trying to figure out
which game to go to.
Yeah, I think we want to check some of the critical games first, which have direct influence for qualifying for the semifinal. I guess Wesley So against Petala Krishna, which is Group D.
Group D, and we left it on knight c3 and knight e2 was the plan.
Yeah, this is what I suggested. Put the knight on f4, and at some point take on e6. No? Wait, yep. He took it. He took it on e6. Yep. Very interesting. You know, this reminds me of quite a famous game of Robert Fischer against Tigran Petrosyan. Was it 1971? This paradoxical giving away the knight for the bad bishop so that he has easier way to get to black's weaknesses. So once again, we seemingly have a very bad bishop for black on e6, right? Which is doing nothing. It's just protecting the pawn on d5. And on the contrary, the white knight on f4 is very active, right? So he's attacking the pawn on d5. He's attacking the bishop on e6. So you would think that knight e6 and f takes on e6, it favors black. But it's not really so simple. And when you think in more deeply, you'll understand that the pawn on e6 has an excellent potential to become a weakness. So if you play something like e5, maybe, the pawn on d5 is going to be weak. You play e5, d4, the bishop is going to open. So this pawn on e6 is going to keep black busy. So this is what they have. I like Wesley's position, by the way, really. Rook c1, very nice position, no risk.
So here I have to watch out because rook c6 is there and bishop h3. They're both ideas. And
yeah.
What else? The pawn on a5, I also have to babysit here. Queen a4 might.
Yeah. There's a lot of ideas how to get to these pawns. And yeah, also Hare Krishna is not super hugely motivated because once again, it's not been a very successful tournament. Yesterday was pretty much a disaster game for him. He collapsed after making some not very good decisions after the opening with white colors. So I imagine he just wants to get over this. And now he is sitting in a slightly worse position.
Having to defend here again.
Against the leader of the tournament who is very much motivated to win because he's also having a look at Dominguez's game, and Dominguez is having a peek on Wesley So's game and sending the best regards to their opponents.
So here, this is actually the position that we have right now on the board. Rook c1 just played. And Hare Krishna has to decide where this queen goes.
I guess somewhere safe.
What about somewhere safe? But what about something like e5 was my first option. But what about something like b2? Or do we want the rook there?
I'm not even sure if this pawn is under attack, really. Maybe. You can try to play active.
But then again, h3 is annoying. I feel like h3 is a move that I don't like.
That could be a problem, right? Or even yeah, I guess even this starting with this move precisely because there could be some counterattacks with knight e4. So rook b6, check.
I have a couple of checks there. Maybe another one. Yeah.
Very unpleasant, right? King G6.
Well, if king G6, queen D3, I would.
Yep, that's a problem.
Queen D3, knight E4 still.
So the king goes away, and then you somehow attach also the queen to the attack with something like queen A4. I don't know. Looks dangerous. I don't like this. From what? From black.
No.
So I guess queen E5 just looks natural. Protect the pawn on E6, keep the square on C7 intact. Maybe rook B2.
Rook B2 feels more natural.
King.
And knight E4, yeah?
Maybe knight E4, but I'm not really sure.
Of targets here, like F2 and A2. So I guess.
You're looking for the counter attack.
I'm looking for some counterplay, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah, maybe some 94 at some point. Okay, so Wesley is pressing.
And I see that we have queen D7 in Shirov's game. We were looking at this move.
Yeah, 94. It's a very easy move, I think. Maybe Dominguez is having fun with rook F6. I'm not sure if he needs this. Probably not.
Yeah, bishop E7, because if you don't go bishop E7, knight C5, and the fun is...
yeah, there come some problems. Very powerful knight on E4. So bishop E7 could be, by the way, playable. I'm not even sure if this is bad.
D5 here, Arturs. Do I have D5 here? Oh, I just found a beautiful...
Oh, wow.
D5. What do you think?
Wow, nicely spotted.
And knight F6.
That's a pin.
Wait, so does this mean this could work?
It could work. It could work. Just a second. Rook F6. Probably you have to take. I guess bishop B3.
In between, yeah.
Looks risky. Knight E4.
Now I have to do something about the bishop. Maybe just defend. No,
Huge threat.
And
queen E7 is also D5.
D5, yeah.
Also knight F6. This is a pin once again. Aha. So he has a choice. I mean, I did mention this
D5 earlier, yes.
for fun. No, I mentioned this rook F6 in this order for fun, but now that you said this D5 idea changes everything.
Bishop takes D4. We're being told in the chat. Does it work?
I mean, black has to do something, otherwise he's going to get his D5. So this could work. Wait, take here.
And queen takes.
E4, bishop E3. Oh wait, bishop E3.
Take the knight. I think I can take the knight now.
Yeah.
So yep. I have two pieces for my rook, don't I?
Listen, I'll tell you honestly, this is huge moment for Dominguez, because why I'm saying this, because knight E4 also works and pretty nicely. So I think this knight E4, what we just discussed earlier, knight E4, queen E4, knight E3, bishop G5, it's so nice and so simple. But you know where's the problem? Once you see a rook takes an F6, you cannot unsee it. You just see it, and you cannot easily walk past it. You just see there's this idea, and sometimes you're like, why did I even pay attention to this, right? I mean, just go with this knight E4. And I think Dominguez definitely is paying attention to this right now. So he's figuring out D5, he's figuring out bishop D4. And in the end, when he does the calculation, he has to compare. He has to compare these two combinations. So he has to compare the exchange sacrifice on F6. Maybe it's not even working. Maybe engines are saying that it's not good or whatever. But it's a choice. It's a big choice here for Dominguez. And an important one.
No, actually, the final position that we had on the board after bishop D4 is not clear at all. But when you're playing, yeah, you have to decide that. What's happening there? What's happening? Yes.
Yeah, I see the chat. The chat says Hikaru's in trouble. Wait, he plays knight C6? Wait a second. I mean, this we sort of discussed that this is a bit risky. No, what about D5 now?
What about D5 here?
This we sort of discarded. This not looking great because knight A7, the knight was just there.
Don't laugh at the knight, Arturs.
Yeah, but okay, I assume still the same idea with bishop H3 maybe somehow works for black. But you know, where's the point? We just ignore it. We just play. But maybe it's not so simple because, again, I could play knight H5, knight F4, some kind of a king side attack. Listen, I'm gonna say this. If you're, dear viewers, you're seeing this perhaps change in evaluation bar, I want to say one thing about the space advantage. Engines love space advantage. So I think if you show a typical position when white can push something like d5, c4, grab up the space, and maybe you have slightly awkward placement of the pieces, engine is going to say everything is great. But think about this from the human's perspective. So Esipenko, of course, sees d5. d5, let's say there's 98, perhaps take, and let's say knight h5. He needs to evaluate this. Although I think it's okay. So let's say rook f1.
Just bishop f1, yeah?
Yeah, bishop f1. And that's a free pawn. Okay, you can do it differently. So knight a7.
And even here, knight a7, maybe I want to play rook e1 anyway, and not bishop d3 or bishop.
That's a very good point, by the way. Rook e1, by the way, I like it. So knight h5, bishop f1.
Yeah.
Knight f4, and c4.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
And this is like this famous meme, right? Please send an ambulance, but not for me. For knight on a7, it desperately needs an ambulance. I mean, it's not doing anything. And there could be even some queen e3 ideas. Okay, queen e3, rook a8, I defended.
You see, maybe thinking about something like g5 and so on, like in that position. In the end,
the chat says, I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was just wondering if after bringing the knight to f4, we could, black would be thinking about ideas with g5 and keep the attack going.
Yeah, I guess so. Something like knight a7, rook e1, knight h5, bishop f1, knight f4, king h2, g5, g4. But this is not what Nakamura wants, right? Does he really want to push forward, create a lot of weaknesses in his position? He played e4, e5 to play solid, not to attack. I don't know. Listen, I start not to like this. There's, of course, a mention in the chat that after d5, knight a7, there could be take, here and take.
But how's we looked at bishop c8 here.
Or even bishop g2. You still need to understand this one. Oh wait, maybe there's nothing. Bishop g2, knight h5, just rook h1, right?
Yes, the queen is not getting in.
The
that.
queen goes away. Just on f1, and that's it. Okay, maybe this is just nothing. So we take it. Bishop goes back, and we play 6.
And right now there's a pawn on d5. In our line, the pawn was not on d5, what we just saw earlier. But still, maybe c6 here or c5.
You know, I'll just say knight c6, I also don't like it. I don't like it because this is what Esipenko is looking for. What else? Imagine yourself also from Esipenko's perspective. What else you can do? Maybe you can play something like rook e1, but this d5 is asking to be played, literally asking to be played.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Well, Hikaru is playing with fire here.
Actually, for Esipenko as well, you have this position with d5 and feels like you're in control, right? Feels like only white is trying to do things here. Maybe.
This is a paradoxical move, of course. The bishop is closing on c4, but it's a very concrete move. Knight a7, you don't want to go out of spite. Knight e8, I take it. What do you do?
He played rook e1, Arturs.
What?
He played rook e1, no d5 on the board. Rook e1 has just been played. Moment of silence for rook e1 and assessing what's happening here. Yes.
That is strange. That is strange. I mean, rook e1 is not a bad move, but once again, what are we missing after d5? Are we missing something? This is such a natural choice, right? There must be something. So knight a7, it just looks wrong by all means. Rook e1, bishop f1, this knight. But maybe, you know, maybe he thought that it's nothing. For example, knight a7 goes back, he cannot take the pawn on ace. But wait, we can take it. We already discussed this. We can take it, right? Bishop a6, b takes, b takes.
The line with bishop takes b7.
Oh wait, maybe there's this line. Takes, and now knight b5.
But still, didn't you mention queen a8 here? Like, how are you going to trap my queen?
How come that all my funny lines, which I mentioned as a part of a joke, they suddenly become a discussion? I've done it a couple of times already. I mentioned, by the way, for fun, there's this move, and now, yeah, suddenly this is a real move. Yeah, queen a8, by the way, it's.
But still, no, there's no real threat of trapping the queen. Even if you play bishop d7, I will have queen b7. So I don't really need queen a8, do I?
Yeah, but
bishop
I'm threatening bishop takes on h3.
Yeah.
So bishop h3, maybe go back. So that will be exchange sacrifice, and your king is weak. For example, I'm going to make some null move like rook e1, bishop takes, queen goes here, and I go back. And even this position is not very clear. I mean, it's an exchange done, but the king side is wide open for knight h5, knight f4, right?
Yeah.
So
Arturs, chat thinks that you're a genius. That's why all these things are happening.
Thank
You're
you.
like the oracle.
No, actually, sometimes my prediction goes off completely. Also, yesterday there was a couple of games where I thought I understand sort of the positions, like Nakamura against Sgircea. I realized I don't understand it, to be honest. Yeah, and then I said I like Sgircea's position, and then Nakamura played very precise moves, and I realized, oh, Sgircea is actually in trouble. So, but thank you for your vote of confidence. I appreciate that. All right, rook e1 cannot be a mistake because he keeps all the ideas open. I think this is also what Nakamura didn't anticipate, because he probably had already expected d5. And there's this magic about moves. Maybe sometimes you play, you don't see something, and then you make a move, and you immediately see everything what is wrong with that move. This is how sometimes it works in chess, and I think, Raluca, you probably can relate to that as well.
For sure, yes. Probably any chess player can relate to that.
Like your eyes open. It's like, what was I thinking? It's just the moment you play this move. I'm not saying this was happening in Nakamura's game, but for Nakamura, but he probably was expecting already d5, and then suddenly his opponent plays rook e1, and once again, you have to start to think from scratch.
And what happens if Black suddenly decides to take on d4 now?
Maybe he has to change something now, because this d5 could be a problem. Maybe indeed Hikaru has to take it.
Or with the knight, I think we had decided on the knight, or
No. I want to still play d5 maybe at some point.
I want to play d5, okay.
No, I want to take the pawn action. Pawn center now.
It doesn't look
I think it's going to be like this. Are we discussing if Esipenko didn't see d5? He saw d5.
I'm sure he saw d5.
He saw d5. He simply compared these two moves, and he decided that rook e1 is more logical, more natural. It keeps more options in the center, and he keeps the idea of d5 still as a possibility. It's an okay move. Gonna be a mistake. Maybe d5 can be a mistake, but rook e1 is not a mistake.
No, for sure it's not a mistake. No, it's just maybe your opponent won't allow it anymore. Because, suppose you take on d4 and pawn takes d4 and you still play d5, I'm going to have the e5 square for my knight. So my knight is no longer trapped on a7.
Yeah, but I might just play e5 as well. And because you have the queen on the e file and staring at my rook, I think instead of d5, I might already consider pushing e5.
That's true.
A bit strange turn of events, really. First from Hikaru and then from Esipenko. Then again, knight a6 looks a bit more strange than Esipenko's rook e1, which is, anyway, natural choice.
Yeah,
I don't think that Hikaru is feeling really comfortable here.
Not a comfortable position anyway, is it?
No, it does not.
Either allow d5 or you take on d4 and e5.
And we are being told there's some action in Oparin against Wojtaszek. We're going to check it out. This is also a very important game for the pool C. No,
for
which
B, I think so. I
Yeah.
think pool
No,
B.
no. Pool C was Aronian. This is Pool B.
Pool B.
Yeah, Pool B. Yeah, I'm doing this.
We
When you
actually
do
have the standings here.
when you do the commentary for the 6th day, you already start to remember who is playing in which pool. Quite difficult, to be honest. It was at the beginning. Okay, which
So
was
starting tomorrow, you won't have pools anymore. So
yeah. All right. So yeah, this is what I was suggesting. This 95. Remember?
Yep.
95, 95. C takes bishop b7, and I said I don't like this.
Arturs the Oracle. Look at this. All this line.
No, I'm also a GM, right? I'm supposed to see something.
No, of course, but you're just guessing the moves that are going to be played.
Yeah. So we discussed here that white has some problems with development. Bishop e2 should castle. Black has easy plan of 97 and f5. And of course, Oparin was doing all of this for also his opponent. And you cannot just, it's like, imagine yourself a game of chess as a puzzle. There's the white pieces and there's the black pieces. So how can you build a puzzle, the picture, with just white pieces? Right. So you need to take the pieces physically and try to see how they fit together in your picture. All right, he wants to eliminate the bishop. Oh wait, he's not playing knight c4 yet. This is my old analysis.
Oh, right, yes. So here it's white to play.
But he has to play knight c4, no?
F5,
f5, f4?
F5, F4, but in knight c4, might he be looking at bishop takes b5?
You mean here?
I mean there, yes.
Oh, you mean the pawn? I don't really care about the pawn on b5.
Oh, you don't care, but maybe that's what he's looking at.
Take.
Take on F1.
Oh, like this.
You can still take something there.
There's some check on d3 hanging. I don't
You
know.
have to take a bishop.
King f1. No, this is just
I
bad.
like this for black.
This is just bad.
This looks very good for black. So, okay, after bishop b5, probably not knight takes d6. Yes?
Yeah, but then again, the question is, why do you give up the pawn?
Because you're also going to lose d6, d5. Sorry.
Yeah.
And knight d3. Knight d3 is also coming there in that position.
And knight d3 is coming. I think white, this knight d3 check is hanging all the time. Okay, maybe I have to simply drop the pawn. Bishop e2, f5, and give up the pawn. So be it. Take it.
At f4?
You're even not going to take it.
I was looking at f4, f3.
Oh.
Then I'm going to take it if you still...
Oh my goodness. No, that's not very good. This king is wide open. And the pawn count doesn't matter anymore. You know, I have a feeling that Oparin is going to collapse here very quick. Very quick. It's just not the kind of position you want to make. I mean, I don't know what he did in the opening, really. I don't understand. This has to be psychology. Because, you know, I did something similar myself in the Grand Swiss when I was playing in penultimate round. I also lost the game in similar manner, also provoked my opponent. I was playing from the white's perspective. Typical structure, also took the pawn, gave up the initiative. And my thought was, I'm going to somehow beat off the attack. And I got checkmated very nicely. So, I mean, without the sound, really. So maybe that was Oparin's thought process, that he takes the pawn, there's going to be some action, he's going to fight off somehow, and after some couple natural choices by Wojtaszek, things already starting to look really, really bad. F5, F4, how do you stop it?
Can you even try d4, Arturs,
You mean
again?
here?
It looks...
D4?
but at least I'm forcing you to
Oh,
take.
I don't know. Takes?
Bishop takes.
Yeah, maybe, by the way. Takes.
I still cannot castle. So my...
Still cannot castle, but maybe he's going to have to do it, by the way. By the way, I don't even have to take. I can play knight e3 check.
You
Keep
don't.
the bishop in present.
Oh, I like this option of knight d3, yes.
Even this could be a possibility.
Oh no, this is great because queen a5 and bishop takes b5. Can I? Maybe I don't.
Queen h7, checkmate. No, it's a pawn.
No, but hold on a second. Can I keep? Oh, this is fine as well. But can I play queen a4 and take the pawn with the bishop and keep queens on the board? You play e1.
We might actually see something like this. You know, I look at this and I just try to understand what else for white. I mean, everything else looks so bad. I mean, d4 looks natural, right? We want to get rid of the knight, so maybe Oparin is looking for a way to escape here. Maybe this is playable, but you know, this knight e3 at it on the intuition level looks really playable. There could be even bishop b4 check. Intermezzo move, keeping the king for a long time in the center. But okay, let's assume this is also playable. Queen d3, and even here there's bishop b4 check. But then again, you have these two extra pawns.
But do you want them? I think here white would just want back to take them.
I don't know. Looks interesting. But anyway, rook c1 is on the board. It didn't happen.
Ah, rook c1. Knight d4 idea. Sorry, rook c1 d4.
Yeah,
idea?
maybe he calculated that f5 is not gonna be a big deal. So f5, d4.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's no knight d3. We take it.
There's a check on a5, but bishop c3, right? Yeah.
Ah, by the way, we can simply collect the pawn back. So at least we have this takes, queen a5 and queen b5, and we have two bishops.
Yeah.
But maybe this also allows white to escape with something like bishop c3, queen b5, take it, and then somehow white holds this. I don't know how, really. It just looks so bad.
Because f4 is there, and if you play g3, f4 is there.
Yeah, f4, rook e8 check is threatening. This king cannot castle. There's a pin. Looks very natural, f5. Maybe even f4 right away. By the way, yeah, there's a mention in the chat. d4 takes, bishop d, maybe even f4. Maybe you just don't even take it. Yeah, that's a very valid point, of course. f4 here, rook e8. It's just bad. No, I think f5 is going to follow here. All right.
For sure.
I think this is going to end quite fast. I have a feeling, really. So also, Oparin is down on the clock, 33 minutes. Not a good game so far. He already regrets the choice, what he has done.
Well, what about our other matchups?
Yeah, so among the critical games, yep.
Is anything?
Which one do you want to choose?
Fedoseev, Rapport?
Yeah, Fedoseev, Rapport, this we left some time ago.
We're in a position that we thought was quite equal, right? What anything has changed here?
And as immediately as things started to heat up in Wojtaszek's game, Rapport goes forward. a6, b5, trying to create some targets at the queen side, gaining space, queen b6. All of this looks quite natural. Rook c1, takes, knight e5. Black is pretty active.
The queen on a3.
Oh, that's
Right out of
feeling weird, right? Wojtaszek and Fedoseev are on the same score. Yeah, that's the situation in pool
C.
No, that's not pool C. That's pool B. Yeah, that's pool B.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the pool B, the situation is very complicated. As you're seeing, Wojtaszek and Fedoseev have the same amount of points, 3 points. Richard Rapport is only half a point behind, and Rapport is playing with black, half a point behind by Fedoseev. So Wojtaszek at the moment looks in the best situation right now because he's playing with black, but Oparin played a bit too ambitious with the white color. So if Wojtaszek wins this, Fedoseev desperately needs to win, but for Rapport, it's all over.
So rook d8 has just been played.
I guess just in case, protecting the pawn
Just in
on
case?
d6. I'm not sure what's the idea. Why do you need a rook on d8, really?
Yeah.
Maybe so that there's knight c6 and the pawn on d6 is protected. So this knight on a5 is not doing anything. So knight c6 or wherever the knight is going to go, I guess on c6, the white queen is still on h3.
And I cannot trap that queen yet, just yet.
No, I don't think it's even possible to trap it, but
Oh, but imagine I bring my bishop to e8, then I play b4 and it's trapped.
oh, here, here, and here. Oh, that's nice. So I'm gonna make it like this here.
You're gonna help me out?
Yep. Oops, my queen. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no, my queen. Okay. I think he's not gonna miss that, but nice idea.
No. That's the way you trap the queen, but not easy to achieve that.
Yeah. And Fedoseev has been playing really well in this tournament so far, at least. Rapport had ups and downs. But he's fighting, and that's why I think he also traded a couple of rooks at the c file, so that this pressure is not really mounting up to something more serious. And also for white, it's not easy to figure out what to do because e4 is going to be knight f4, the knight becomes very active, queen is a bit off.
I'm just wondering, how do you actually get the queen out? Because here's another way of losing your queen. You can play maybe b3, right? And then I get b4 in, and then knight on c3. And if you want to stay around, I still play knight c3 and the queen's trapped. Queen b2, we don't lose the queen. But if you stay on a4, that's another way of trapping the queen. Yeah. Starting to find ways of trapping the queen.
Maybe, but then again, we could, of course, develop this further and check how this continues. Let's say knight e4, I'm going to take it. And how exactly is this position great? Because the knight on a5 also is completely off. Actually, this b3 looks normal. I mean, I understand that it drops the c3 square, but it looks okay. If black does this, b4, queen b2, knight c3, I play knight e4, I get rid of this knight.
I have to take that on f3?
No, you don't. But
what if I go bishop g6 here?
Huh. So at least I have this.
Knight a4.
This knight on a5.
Knight on a5, yes.
It's just not doing anything. The knight on a4 at least has something, but the knight on a5 is...
No, okay. If I don't get to put a piece on c3, then I don't see why I need to do this, right?
Yeah, I think b3 is a fine move unless there's something immediate, like it takes away the c4 square for the knight. I can play queen b2, maybe queen b2, a3, b4, something like this slowly, because b4 right away after knight c6, the pawn on b4 is asking for attention.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, there's some tactics why this is working immediately. I think b3 is a move which is considered by Fedoseev at the moment. Okay.
Anything interesting happening in which game was interesting? Shirov's, Dominguez-Shirov.
Dominguez-Shirov, and he did not
sack on f1. I see the rook on f1, so he didn't take on f6.
He did not take it. But I can promise you, he was considering this. And maybe it was just creating unnecessary complications, and that's why he's 2750. 2752, my apologies. Is that as flashy as the sacrifice was, he remains practical. Take. This is what we saw some time ago.
And knight c2 here he plays.
Why not bishop g5 though? This knight c2?
Bishop g5 is what we looked at, didn't you? In a way.
That's a bit strange move, no? This knight c2. What on bishop g5? It seems to be forcing matters.
Maybe there's something. There must be something. Like bishop d5? No, that's losing. No, it's
just
bishop d5.
Wait, what? Bishop d5? I don't see how it improves black's position. I can even place
Well, you won't have d5 anymore, yes?
Oh, so that I don't have d5. Okay, that's your point.
I was losing a piece there with d5.
Yeah.
But queen
So
f5, of course. And
this probably is not so great, right? Takes. The bishop is under attack, and then f5.
yeah,
Even this is better for white.
even that's okay because
93, 94, knight c5, a lovely pawn structure. I mean, about this position, what you dear viewers have to understand is that Dominguez has far better pawn structure. So black would love to position, if he could play the next move g4, g6, that would be great. He cannot do that. And he has this weakness on f7. White can organize a pressure at the f file. But okay, I mean, Dominguez decided to play knight c2. I guess his idea is to play knight e3, knight f5 at some point to fight for the f5 square. I thought that knight e3 looks a bit more natural, but okay. Or the same bishop g5.
Oh, so bishop g5 is still an idea here, no? But still, I mean, kind of gives.
Shirov is in trouble. I don't like his position, not for 1 second, really. I mean, maybe he can try to complicate with something like g3, with sacrifice with h4 or sacrifice. Now it's not even working. So
Yeah, because I don't have to take on h3, I take f7, right?
yeah, I mean, even here,
Even
I
if I
can.
take on h3, but I mean, I don't have to take. I take on f7.
Yeah, you can take with the rook on f7, of course. Yeah, that's a valid point, of course. But I think even g takes on queen to5, threatening the queens.
Doesn't
It's
feel like he has much.
All right. Let's once again have a peek at the critical game of Esipenko against Nakamura. Raluca, the knight is back on a7.
And the pawn is on d5. So is he going to play for something like f5, Arturs?
Well, Hikaru has experience in King's Indian.
It looks like a King's Indian structure.
Except we have the knight on a7.
Not on c5.
Not on c5, because in the King's Indian, you want to have this knight somewhere here, not here. So black doesn't have the dark square bishop, which is typical for the King's Indian structure. And I guess he is aiming for this push. But I think white's plan is quite simple. My opinion is something like c4 and try to play c5. Because once again, this is quite a typical idea in the King's Indian. And c4 is, by the way, on the board, just as I said. So let's say Hikaru does something at the king's side. What exactly remains to be seen? Okay, knight g5, whatever. So knight g5, he plays it. Let's say I play some preparation move like queen e3. Very annoying move. But the idea is to play b4 and c5. So let's say Hikaru does something like knight c8, I play b4. Hikaru plays something like queen f6, I play c5. My idea is to play knight c4 and fight for the d6 and b6 squares. How do I know this? This is a very typical King's Indian idea.
But how about instead of queen f6 trying f5? Like, yeah, knight c. I have to play knight c8 and not.
I just take it. I just take on f5 and then I establish
take on g5 and put a knight on e4.
Yeah, maybe something like this. Oh, now I can even keep the pawn.
No, now you take with the queen.
Yeah. No, I think Hikaru is in trouble here. I don't like his position. I think for white, it's so straightforward. It's just slowly and slowly getting worse for Nakamura. So again, c4, easy move. Knight g5, queen e3 is such a natural move. I mean, there's no way that Esipenko is not going to play this. Attacking the knight. c5 would be a nice way to try to close the action with the queen side because d takes, knight c6, the knight is back. But I play b4, knight b3, and this pawn is extremely weak. Let's say something like this. B takes, D takes. This is catastrophe for black. I mean, he has simply shattered pawn structure at the queen side, and I have a passed pawn. Something like rook b1, rook b2, rook b1. Pardon my arrows, of course. I'm not as good as Hikaru. Have you seen, by the way, Raluca?
I have seen the arrows.
It's like he just draws these arrows and explains the concept. And okay, I'm slightly better.
That's a
Queen e3 is on the board. Big surprise. Yeah. So Queen e3 attacks the knight on a7. Knight c8, I guess, is to be expected, unless something like b6.
He took on f3 first.
Okay, it doesn't change much. Takes. Maybe b6, but this knight on a7.
Well, I think you can even try to take and on b6, yeah? And try something like c5, I was wondering.
Immediately. No, just
taking on b6. Oh, okay.
Before. This knight is still standing there. It's not going anywhere. So I could even play, let's say, rook b7. I'm going to take it. Rook b6 and c5. This is, again, catastrophe.
You're losing the knight now, yeah. Yeah, I was looking like something like this, but just taking on b6 immediately and c5.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe this
take with the rook and
works. But I think this b4 looks quite natural.
It does.
Quite natural. So
we're not going to see any craziness like this.
And you see, Nakamura started to play with a different speed. He should know about now that he is in a slight trouble. I don't think he's enjoying this. White has space advantage. Black has no typical kingside attack. I wouldn't really dare to say that Black is in huge trouble. I think this is exaggeration, but it's getting uncomfortable. And from uncomfortable to huge trouble is sometimes just one step.
One small step.
Yeah. So again, before c5, very easy idea. I think, by the way, Hikaru included knight x and f3 as a defensive move.
I think so too, because you don't want to be taken on g5 at some point, no?
Or knight e2, knight
c4.
c4. So this knight is getting to c6 and d6 squares.
And yes, if Esipenko wins, Nakamura is out. And Esipenko will be the one qualifying out of pool A.
If Esipenko wins, he wins pool A. And this would be, of course, huge blow to Hikaru because he is playing wonderful chess so far. In this game, I don't like how he plays, really. Maybe it's the pressure. Maybe he simply doesn't feel the position well. But of course, the game is not over yet. He is worse. There's no arguing about that. Both players know that. But the game is still continuing. Everything can still happen.
I like White's position here. Just trying to figure out where that knight from c8 might be going. Do we see a future for this knight there? But even there, it's so easy to keep it from going to.
Could be something like b4, queen f6, c5, knight e7. It shouldn't be so bad. Let's say knight e2, queen, knight g6, probably takes, knight c4, knight f4, knight b6, rook c1, rook c7. Again, very typical king's Indian ideas. And Black is going to try to do something here. White is going to coolly defend it.
Well, actually, there the bishop on d7 was hanging. I think I'm not getting mated, so there has to be something with the bishop also. I'm very excited about this position.
A minor little technical detail. Yeah, the bishop was hanging on d7, but I show the idea, right?
Yeah.
This is how the game could continue. Okay. This is getting really interesting. And also check the clock. Nakamura is down on 28 minutes. Esipenko is 45. Again, if you did not hear what I said earlier in the broadcast, when asked yesterday, Esipenko was asked yesterday, what is he thinking about tomorrow's game? He was very, very short with his chosen words. He said, we'll see, we'll see.
We'll see. If Hikaru loses, what are the chances that he can win a place to the candidates tournament? Well, there are still 2 legs to be played.
Yeah, but he's going to play only one.
Only one out of them. So I guess his chances will be, I don't know if 0, but...
Can we perhaps see what is the tournament regulations once again? Because the winner of the Grand Prix tournament receives, I believe, for the stage 15 points in total. Oh, wait, what is it? 13.
13 points, yeah.
13 points. So I would say that there's a good chance that you would qualify with something like, definitely you need to win one of them and have a decent score in the second. So you see, there is actually a difference which place you're finishing in the pool. So it's not like they don't care. I mean, they're fighting for something. So let's say they're finishing in the second place in the pool. They're getting 4 points, for example, instead of 0 points. So if you get, let's say, 4 points, second place in the polls, and still win another Grand Prix stage, you might as well qualify for the candidates. So even if Hikaru loses this game and he does not get to the semifinals, he will get 4 points. He will get the second place. And if he wins the next Grand Prix, he might as well make it to the candidates. So it's not yet over.
It's not yet over, no. But I'm sure that he wants to qualify from here.
I'm pretty sure. He's not considering it as an option.
He's not expecting this much pressure.
F5 makes sense.
Will Esipenko win again? And people think he will.
Now, this is a big question. Do you take it or not? I'm not 100% sure. I'm sorry.
To take it?
Yeah. I think I want to take it, but it could be also bishop d3.
So on f4?
Here, something like g5, c5, rook c1, knight e2, knight c4. I don't know, really. But I guess you can just take it. Take it.
Knight d2 or...
Yeah, knight e2, bishop d3. You know, I'm thinking here from the white's perspective is that he always has to take into account that what's the most ambitious way to continue, because at least when I'm playing such positions and I realize I have an advantage, I'm always worried, am I not playing it, dare I say, too cheap? Am I playing it active enough? So that's, I would imagine, what is in Esipenko's mind. He's not really thinking about overall rankings at the moment. He's just playing the game like a normal game, by the way, which is also what was said by Wesley So in I think it was in yesterday's interview, that he's playing every single game like first game of the tournament. So not really paying attention to the overall rankings, just playing his best moves.
I think that's a very good mindset, and one a very difficult mindset to achieve during the tournament.
It's easy to say and difficult to do.
Very difficult to do. Yeah. I mean,
it depends on the person.
Situations that you have to qualify for something, or even you're playing for first place, it's very difficult not to think about, I have to win today, I have to win, or I have to make a draw today. Like,
yeah, I
have to be careful. So it's, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of very nice comments in the chat. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes one needs to play sharp to punish your opponents. Don't be afraid of complications. I completely agree. Very good point. If rook c1 is better than kings, is a necessary move in king's in, yes, usually it is. Rook c1, c4, c5. It's a standard response. I think also Hikaru is trying to set some kind of a choice for Esipenko, because he's threatening with f4. He's not threatening to take, really. He's threatening to play f4, the typical king's Indian attack, so that at least Esipenko would have a dilemma.
Yeah, I think f5 was a very good reaction here. No,
it's a good practical choice. I like it. I like it. Yeah, it makes sense. Take it. So Esipenko needs to make a big decision. And again, I can't tell you immediately what it is, because once again, this makes perfect sense, but this essentially means you're changing your strategy. You're changing your strategy, and you're going after the square on e4. Something like bishop d3, knight e2, knight e4, but it might not be enough. And that's what would be worrying me. And I would be considering to play maybe bishop d3. And if black takes it, now I get simply a better version with more active pieces.
Of course, but f4, no?
Yes, of course. f4, queen e2, maybe I simply have to do this.
I think so. I think
knight e2.
And I cannot...
But this is risky, no? I don't know. Something like queen, especially against Nakamura, and he's a king's Indian player.
But what about if you play h5 and just give up that pawn with the idea of going king g7? What do you think?
Oh.
And if queen takes, king g7, and there goes my rook to h8. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm going to play f3.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give up a second pawn already.
Well, not our game, is it? So you've defended quite nicely there.
Yeah, it just looks very packed.
I'm missing a couple of pieces. I don't know where they where they are.
They're here, Raluca. They're here. They're here. The knight is, by the way, here. Just not really helping you. Might as well work, by the way. Could be a room for a positional sacrifice. Knight e7, knight g6. Put away the queen. Knight h4. Big decision. I think this is very smart. Psychologically, very smart from Nakamura. I like it. All right, let's move on. We're going to go back to this game after some time.
So did you see this comment here? I once played a forest black against Finnish Grandmaster Aronian. He told me after the game, that move made me happy.
Which move?
You won the game, f4.
Oh.
As black.
That's nice. I saw also something that Vidit said in yesterday's interview, that he's always very, no, wait, let me just quote it directly. He loves his opponents who lose to him. Something like that. Yeah. He enjoys winning. Big surprise. All right.
I think people were telling us here to look at So's game, and it is a game we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah. This is what we haven't seen in a while. That is absolutely correct. He has a big advantage, big positional advantage. I love his position. He's playing such a nice chess. Rook c2. We are discussing bishop h3. Rook c2 instead was played.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is by the way nice.
Queen e5, Arturs, on rook c1.
Well, look at, do you see what is wrong with queen b1?
Rook. Do I just play rook c8? But wait, hold on a second. What's the follow? King f7?
You cannot take it. The queen is under attack. King f7.
I have another check, and you cannot go to g6.
Probably. You have to go back.
You have to go back?
But there should be something, right? Something like, I don't know, even this, takes, and rook a7. Although the knight gets very active with knight e4. Maybe it's not really so simple, by the way. Knight e4, knight e2, rook b2. Could be, yeah, maybe this is not the right plan.
92.
There definitely was something what Pentala didn't like. So that's why he played the passive queen b6. I don't like, why did he position the queen on b6 and not on e5, which we discussed?
Because he was probably planning to go e5 all the time.
Yeah. I know at least he changed the weight of the pawn structure to the pawn on d5. I think it's a smart choice because knight defends the pawn on d5 and the pawn on e6 would be easy to attack. But it also opens the position for white's pieces. And just look at them. The queen on c3, the rook on c6, the bishop on h3. White is much better.
Bishop h3 is still an idea, even if the pawn is on e4, because I have bishop e6 and attacking on d5. And maybe improving my queen to c5. I don't know, and rook d6 ideas after queen c5.
Maybe there's even a choice at some point to go even directly to an endgame. Let's say black does something like h6. I'm going to find the right moment to do this. I'm not saying you have to do it right away, but could be at some point when the king is far away. And I can very quickly run here. Ah, I'm so bad. I just don't know how to draw the arrows. Listen, you have to practice. All right. Wesley is firmly controlling what's happening. And if he wins, it does not matter what Dominguez is doing.
Yeah, if he wins, he keeps the lead.
He simply wins. He simply wins the tournament.
By he's leading by half a point right now.
Yeah, he's leading by half a point. So Dominguez, of course, is playing a fine game, but it might simply not be enough.
So we see bishop takes b3, in fact.
What?
Black did take on b3. So he's not worried about the a file.
I guess he had to watch out for the incoming d5 threat all the time. For example, this rook e8, d5 could be a problem. Maybe after something like rook e8, there's something like queen h7, you know, and everything hangs. So this is a move you don't want to make. You simply don't want to make this move, but sometimes you have to make these moves because you have nothing better. Rook e8. Now there's no d5. Now you can play it. Queen f5. Very easy game for Dominguez.
So Wesley So has a good chance for qualifying. Yes, he does have a very good chance. He's leading his group, so of course he has
excellent chances.
Excellent chances.
Excellent chances, and we mentioned it earlier. Wesley said in one of the first round interviews that he had some jet lag in the first round or first 2 rounds. I'm not really sure how many games, but then he started to feel better. And yeah, his game is improving, and he hasn't been playing chess, classical chess, for 3 months. The last tournament, if I'm not terribly mistaken, was US Championships. So
was that probably Dominguez's last tournament? I don't recall. He must have played.
It's definitely US Championships, but I don't know if he played anything after that. I don't know. I don't know really.
So we have this endgame now on the board, and we were feeling quite confident about White's chances even in the endgame, right? Because of the weaknesses on the king side.
Yeah. There's a question in the chat, who do I think will win? Asking from today's games, I would say Dominguez is going to win. My prediction, Wesley So is going to win.
I subscribe.
And Esipenko, I don't know.
I think Wojtaszek is going to win.
Yeah, Wojtaszek is going to win. I also think so, because we haven't seen this game for a while, and also a super critical game for the group. Oh my goodness, keep forgetting it. It's Group B.
No, the question was actually, who do you think will win the Grand Prix overall?
The Grand Prix. Oh, this is impossible to tell. I have no idea who is going to win the Grand Prix. I'm not the prophet. I don't know. Well,
Aronian has been playing very well this tournament, so
it could be Aronian.
He's
showing the best chess so far. Really, it could be Aronian. It could be Nakamura if he survives today. It could be Esipenko if he beats Nakamura and suddenly goes on a winning streak. It could be Wesley So, who has found a very nice form in the last games. I have no idea who is going to win. B6. This is...
How did we get here, Arturs?
Yeah. Rook C1.
Okay, just Rook E8.
Why so slow? I mean, it's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with this, but of course the burning question, why didn't you push a5? This is such a natural choice, really. I want to play 5.
Maybe he wants to be ready to push E3 when after F4 as well. I don't know. With a rook on E. On the other hand, Black probably has a lot of time on his hands, no? How is White going to really get his pieces out?
Yeah, maybe the threat of f5, f4 is not going anywhere.
Because what do you play here? You get the bishop out from f1, f5, right?
To f1? To where?
You get the bishop from f1. I don't know where. That's why I didn't mention the square. E2.
You want to put it?
You choose one, and then
okay.
Goes f5.
Okay, bishop e2, let's say. I could even take at some point the pawn on h2, by the way. I'm not sure if this is necessary. G3, sacrifice, queen G3, and start to do something nasty here.
That's of course possible, but do we need that? Isn't f5 and f4?
Doesn't look great for White, to be honest.
It feels like f5 and f4 gives White no chances at all.
Yeah, maybe it's just a 5. You know, once again, I think, Raluca, we have to remind everybody who is watching is that we are not using engines here. The only reference we have is the bar. The bar you're seeing, this small bar next to the analysis board, the live board. I mean, is that when it drops over the middle and it's more for black, it means black is better. When it goes over the middle, then it shows that white is better, but that's it. That's only our reference. So we're not using engines, we're trying to figure out ourselves, as are the players.
And I have to admit, I'm not really paying attention to that very much.
I'm sometimes looking at it.
Yeah, it's just looking at the position analyze. There's a question. Does Dominguez have any chances to qualify? He does have a chance, but he needs some results to work for him. Like he needs Wesley to lose and he needs to win to qualify immediately, right, after this round. Or he needs to win anyway, and if Wesley makes a draw, then he forces tie breaks.
Yep.
So he will still, I'm sure that Wesley is not going to lose today. His position looks very good, but if he does make a draw, Dominguez has to win in any case to catch up with him.
So this is Wesley's position. Looks very nice.
It does look very nice. And look at that a4 fixing the weakness on a5.
A4, maybe bishop b5, rook a6, going after the pawn. So I can easily see a scenario where black is losing the pawn on a5 and he's going to have to rely on some activity at the king side somehow. I don't know how. But the position is for Hare Krishna extremely unpleasant.
I think Wesley is going to win today, and I think he's the one who's going to qualify from his pool.
That's a good chance. Yeah, that's a good chance. I also would bet my money on that. Let's very quickly have a look at Gujrati's game against Keymer. Not much is happening. This game is not really having any impact on who is going to qualify. Unfortunately, both players have lost their chances to qualify for the semifinal, but this still might affect the distribution of the points. So once again, for the second place in the group, you get more points than the third and the fourth place. And eventually, if you are fighting for qualification to the candidates tournament, here you once again see the distribution of the points. This is important, right? It's not like it doesn't matter at all. And by the way, I find this Raluca really nice that they made this, that even it might seem that you are seemingly fighting for nothing. You are still hoping, right, that even if I'm going to get the second place in the pool, I'm not going to qualify for the semifinal. Maybe, just maybe, in the next Grand Prix, I'm going to take it down, and it's going to be enough to qualify for the candidates tournament.
Yeah, yes, of course. Even in the previous format, each player got a number of points, right? So it made sense to give every player some points, even if they don't qualify for the pools.
Exactly. So here, Gujrati has a better position. He's slightly pressing. Keymer is simply gathering experience from every game he can. He has already lost 3 games in a row. He had an okay start, 2 games with white, 2 draws. He was sort of close maybe to winning in the first game against Dubov. And then there was the crash against Aronian. Then was another crash against Dubov. I'm sorry, not first Aronian. The first game was, no, it was against Aronian. Aronian, Dubov, and again Aronian. So 3 losses in a row for the young German. But he's only 17 years old.
He's gathering a lot of experience here.
Yeah.
Well, b5 has some poison. He wants to take on c6.
Yeah, b takes on c6, knight b5 is a threat. Very nice position. White also keeps an option at some point to expand at the king side. More space at the king side, more space at the queen side. And black is quite on a passive but solid defense. Let's move on.
Let's move on. What about Grischuk? How is he doing since we are talking about the rest of the games? He had this, not much has changed here, has it?
And this sort of has transposed to this game of, was it Giri against MVL or MVL against Giri? I already forgot. A recent game of year 2021. Somebody was very kind to mention this in the chat. We did not know this from memory. So the black king is in the center. I think it was MVL who was with black. And eventually he played exactly the same idea of G6, knight f6, and he's just watching out that there is no immediate breakthroughs. But still, Raluca, I would choose white. It's just always easier to attack.
That's true.
Some f5, one shot, and that's it. You're just crashing through. So if black would somehow trade queens, yeah, then black has a very nice game, something like rook h4, rook h8, target these pawns, maybe knight h5. But queens are on the board.
Yeah. And we saw that Grishchuk kept the queens even by sacrificing the rook on g1. So he's not going to...
Yeah, this was a very interesting moment, right? Queen d2, sacrificing the rook so that there's queen d6 and queen d7. You know, I don't really know. Was this even working? Okay, it doesn't really matter, right? We're looking at some crazy lines with e5, king g5. Maybe...
There's 94. I don't know.
Called. I did not see immediately how. What there? I mean, queen d7, rook d8. Remember, we were looking at this line, right? King h6.
Yeah, we were.
I couldn't figure it out, but maybe it's just ridiculous.
Maybe there was something else.
Yeah.
Who knows? So we have bishop d3.
And bishop d3. Huge moment by Esipenko. I stand and I applaud. This is a very brave decision. I love this. I absolutely love this, you know, because my gut feeling was that e takes on f5, bishop takes on f5, knight e2 eventually might be too little. And this is what I was telling you, that I had a feeling that maybe this is the safe way to continue, but this is not the most, you know, the most aggressive continuation. So sometimes you have to go for those big complications. And Esipenko plays bishop d3. The bar doesn't quite like it. Probably it thinks that e takes on f5 was better, but this move pretty much asks black to play f4. I mean, I don't know, maybe you don't play it. Maybe you still keep the tension with queen f6, knight e7, and the option to take on e4. And Hikaru is not responding immediately. He is thinking. Remember, he needs a draw, not more.
Only a draw. Such a difficult result to achieve sometimes.
And now the ball is on his court. He needs to understand if he wants to go for this attack. And him being the King's Indian player, this is very tempting to play for. And maybe Esipenko is using this against Nakamura, or
this is just a mind game.
Yeah, some mind games, absolutely.
There you go, queen f6. Mind games don't work here.
There is a question in the chat. Do we see the comments? Yes, we see your comments, but you have to understand we are unable to answer them all the time. We are watching them all the time. We're discussing with Raluca and constantly having a look at what you're doing there. No, we are watching. We are watching what you're saying there. Don't worry.
We actually did answer some of your questions. I'm surprised that you guys we are reading the chats.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
We are reading the 3 chats, so please bear with us. You know, that's not easy to do. And try to find some moves here.
And big moment, Hikaru plays queen f6.
Which chat? All 3 chats. I'm sorry, Arturs. People want to know if we give equal attention to all chats. All 3 chats.
I say honestly, I have only 2 chats open. I think you, Raluca, have the 3rd chat, right?
I have the 3rd chat as well. I have Chess24, I have YouTube, and I have Twitch. I'm trying to keep an eye on everything, but...
You know, it's so difficult. I mean, when you have to follow 3 chats, I just have the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat, and I know Chess24 is also writing there. Maybe I should just I promise I'm going to fix it for the semifinals, okay? Because in the group matches, there's so many games going on, and I already sometimes feel, you know, that why did I have a look at this game? I mean, there was so much action, and we simply have to choose. So also watching all the chats at the same time, seeing what you're saying there might not always be possible, but we are reading what you're saying there.
We are.
All right.
If you have any questions, we are watching what games are interesting. Naka losing? I don't think so.
No. He's not losing. He's playing it safe. This queen f6, I like it. It's still keeps the option of 4, but also frees the e7 square for the knight. At the moment, I think it's okay for Nakamura. It's not, maybe it's worse, but he is holding this.
What is your favorite chat, Arturs? I see everybody asking this at the same time. We won't say we love you all, guys. We're not going to say that.
There's no right answer. You know that that's a provocative question.
That's not going to.
Cannot
we're
answer
not going
that
to fall
correctly.
into that.
All the answers are going to be wrong, so I'm just gonna say nothing. He takes on a5, and once again, Esipenko changes the course of the game. Now this is interesting. Now check this out. Bishop f5 takes. There's knight e4.
Oh, that's nice. I get my knight all the way to e6.
Yep. Knight e6, or maybe maybe not queen f7, queen d7. Could be some problems.
f4 you want.
Yeah, I want to open the position.
Suddenly excited about white's. Well, you're always excited about white's position, but here it looks even more.
It looks very. I love this decision by.
Wait, bishop takes a5 plate.
Yeah,
we're going to see this.
Yeah, we are going to see this. I'm absolutely sure. This is easy. Takes. Knight e4. This is going to happen. Totally. Knight e4 is going to be blitzed out. Knight e4, or maybe not immediately knight e6, but f4. On this knight on c8 is awkward. Maybe black is going to be suffering because of this knight.
I like knight d4. Your knight d4 here looks very good, to be honest. Once you see this idea, it looks very, very tempting.
How do you play here if you're Nakamura? Knight e4, I guess.
Keeping a queen on the f file.
Wait,
yeah.
Can we try to escape to the knight? This.
And if knight c7, you're looking at
Yes.
c8.
Checkmate. Okay. okay. Listen, this is a silly idea. Of course, I'm not going to play queen a7. And then after 10 minutes, somebody's going to play queen a7. Mark my words. But the idea is knight e6, rook takes on c4. And this pawn is under attack. The knight, although it's on e6. And maybe now queen a7, by the way. So I think this is going to happen. Pretty sure it's going to be queen f7 because queen d7, f4, you have problems to move the knight on e7 because it drops the pawn on e5, and you don't want to postpone the knight being brought back to the game for too long. It just needs to go. Queen f7 or queen f6, I don't know which one. I guess queen f7. But wait, I can still play f4.
You can still play f4.
I can still play f4.
Okay, but f4, what do you want to do? If you take on e5, I'll take with the rook, right?
No, that's the thing. I just make a normal developing move. The question is, what are you going to do?
Because I don't have knight e7 now.
You don't have knight e7, at least I think so. You don't have knight e6.
Well, wait, or do I?
No.
No, I'm not allowed to.
No, I mean, why would you have? I mean, this is terrible for many reasons. Even take or knight e6 or knight f3, choose. Just
but I would get knight c6 after queen takes e5, but knight e6 looks
yeah, just even knight e6. It's on the verge of queen f7 is on the board. I think f4 is going to follow. Knight e6, I don't like it. Knight e6, knight e7 complicates the game too much. Knight e7, rook c8, maybe even knight f5, by the way. Knight f5. Yeah, by the way, knight f5.
Oh, Arturs.
Yes.
Chad is suggesting here after f4, knight b6.
Oh my goodness. And if I take it?
Take on d4.
Take it. That's an extra pawn, no? And take it. Aha.
Who is hanging?
If I take on b6, there's the pawn on the 4.
But I'm not sure about that structure. How is that structure?
No, it's better for white, definitely. But this is a weakness. But black can still hold it somehow if I don't take it right away. There's a good chance we might see something like this. A very good chance. Because once again, check how disforced is this. Because if I play knight e6, knight e7, I'm not obliged to take, by the way. Once again, I can go for f4. And f4 is on the board, by the way. Yeah. Knight b6. If somebody can find this move, it's Nakamura.
That's true. He's found.
Yeah, but what else, right? For black, what else to do if not knight b6? It's an incredible move, but what else? Knight b6, and this knight can easily get trapped. No, I see, of course, what you're saying there in the chat. c6, unbelievable.
c6. Oh, c6, because when takes on d5 and takes c6.
Yeah, but the question is, how obvious is this? Queen c4, c takes, the knight on e6 falls. So it's not like one crazy move, it's two crazy moves. Because again, the human mind doesn't work like that. I mean, okay, super GM's mind works different ways. It's just not human beings. They're just, I mean, thinking on a different level. So knight b6. First I have to calculate if a6 on b6 works. But there might be knight e6, knight c4, queen c3. And it's very easy to stop calculating at this point. I've made this mistake in similar situations. I just stop calculating. Maybe it's the wrong move because it's a forcing move still. Maybe there's even b5.
I was going to ask you about that because, okay, c6 looks like a very, very strong answer, but b5 looks more human. Question is, does b5 also work instead of c6?
It looks more human, definitely. Takes, knight b6. Not very clear suddenly. This knight on e6 might as well be trapped. So we are getting the question, maybe f4 actually was not so good. Maybe it was a better idea to play knight e6. Knight e7, and then do something. And c6 instead is played by Nakamura. Look at the bar. The bar immediately goes up. So this must have been a mistake. Knight b6 was not an obvious choice. And if we can trust the bar, which just immediately jumped, this is a mistake by Nakamura. I'm not saying it's a big mistake, but knight b6 apparently was missed by Nakamura. You cannot blame him. And this is such an incredible defense. c6. So there's something wrong with this move, I guess. Why the bar doesn't like it.
On c6, Arturs? First question, right?
Yes.
That's the first question. What if you take on c6? What is black planning? Takes on c4? Or which one does he take? Or
please don't laugh. Raluca, please don't laugh.
Knight a7.
Yeah.
And knight a7, even better. That's nice.
That was there. It goes back voluntarily.
So this knight has to stay there all the time. That's where it belongs.
And what is this? So take and take. And I don't know. No, but c6, it has to be wrong. It's wrong. Why is this? Because the knight on c8 is not playing. The rook on b8 is not playing. So the obvious question is, can I open the position? So the first choice, the first option in my mind is, can I play f takes on e5? That's my gut instinct. F takes on e5. I'm opening the position, ripping it apart. F takes, rook e5, and just remove the queen. The question is where? Maybe not nowhere. Oh, maybe queen g3.
Okay, but
queen g3. I'm just attacking the rook. You're gonna take on d5. C takes, rook e5, queen e5. Remember these guys?
They're under attack.
They still need an ambulance. I mean, a very strange mistake by Nakamura, to be honest. I mean, if we trust the bar, right? Maybe there's nothing wrong with this, but he simply seemed to have collapsed slightly under the pressure because Esipenko was creating problems. So f takes makes sense, right? F takes, rook e5, queen g3. I'm opening the position because this is easy. This is easy choice for Esipenko because he should understand that with the knight on c8, with the rook on b8, you have to rip apart the position, open it very quickly.
So if you take on e1 here and take on d5, I think bad things.
There should be something.
There
should be something.
Even if you just take on d5, Arturs, what will black play next?
Yeah, just take on d5, queen d5. Your gut instinct says, nah, there's no way this can. Oh, wait, that's a check.
Yeah, right.
Okay, maybe not so simple, really.
96.
Knight d6.
Rook e8 first, I
Ooh.
want it, and 96. Oh, or that one as well, yeah, I guess. So
Huge problems. And there
Yeah.
could be, let's say, g5. And goodbye. There's a checkmate. No, this is not going to happen, of course. There's no way. So I would expect that after takes, rook e5, queen g3 looks incredibly risky. So rook takes on e5 is a huge threat. D takes. And now I play knight e6 with queen takes on e5. No?
Yep.
And once again, you might not have the time for c takes on d5. Queen takes, attacking the rook. Knight here, c takes, extra pawn.
And a very bad position, not just a...
It's just a terrible position. And you could even maybe play at some point knight c5, go after these pawns. It's already a technical position. Huge trouble for Hikaru, and this might have huge implications once again for the pool A, because once again, if we have a look at the overall rankings of pool A, you're seeing that Hikaru Nakamura is leading by 3.5 points out of 5, but it's the game against Andrei-Esipenko who is in the second place, which might turn completely the situation in the rankings, because if Esipenko wins, it's him who qualifies for the semifinals and not Nakamura.
And he does have very good chances here.
It looks very real.
Wondering about the line here after pawn takes e5, rook takes, queen g3, rook g5. I think that was a common question.
Takes here, rook g5. Yeah, looks interesting. And what if I play something like queen d3? I don't know. Queen d3 with the idea that c takes is knight e6, going for some total domination. No, listen, I'm not saying that Hikaru is lost. I never said that. I just saw what you saw, right? The bar going up, and intuitively, you should feel that having this knight on c8 and the rook on b8, something is wrong with this, and your intuition should deliver this message quite quickly. But on Hikaru's defense, we have to say that this, what was mentioned in the chat, this knight b6, oh, come on, people. I mean, this is not obvious, right? I mean, for two reasons. I mean, knight b6 is not obvious because a takes, this needs to be calculated, and there was this line, here, 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 and whatever was it, c6, right?
No, c6, I think... knight b6 is not maybe knight b6 is not a difficult move to find, but you have to find c6.
Yeah. All right.
To go for that.
So Esipenko is in a deep think. He feels this might be the moment when the game is going to be decided. We are going to go back to this moment, but first we need to check what is happening in other critical games we haven't seen for a while. Wojtaszek fighting in Pool B. One of the leaders is still pressing. He has this great attack. He can take the pawn on b5 if he wants, or maybe just go for the attack. But you know, Raluca, I can't forget one minor little thing. And this thing is, Wojtaszek has already wasted a couple of good positions in this tournament.
He had, yes. I was thinking the same. There are a few positions that he didn't win.
Yeah,
very good.
A couple of games he had an extra pawn against Fedoseev with the black color. Really, really great game. Then I think there was at least another game where he was very close to winning, and again he missed that. I don't want to jinx it for him, because I think if somebody deserves it, it's Radoslav, really. He's been playing really good chess, but you can't help but not notice this, right? That sometimes he's missing something at the critical moment. So here, there's no denying that his advantage is big. He has white's big because the white king is wide open against an attack. So if black wants, he can take the pawn on d5. But let's just hope everything is going to go well for the Polish player.
But it felt like f5, f4 looked so...
f5 looks natural, but bishop e5 also looks natural. So
yeah.
g3, yeah, Oparin, of course, has to run away. Finally, he has to run away. All right, and in their critical other game of the Pool B, it's Fedoseev against Rapport, and it's Rapport who is pressing and not Fedoseev.
So how did we get here? There's no, we were looking at some ideas with b3, right? But that, oh, look at that, he played f5.
But knight h4? Are you going with this knight?
Does he want?
So black suddenly became very active, and now the knight comes back. I don't like this. I guess he wanted to win the bishop with something like bishop g6, knight g6. It feels weird.
Did he want to play g4 after knight h4?
He wanted to play what?
g4 after knight h4, or why did knight h4?
I guess so. I guess so. His idea was to play something like g4, knight h4.
Mm-hmm.
But then he went back, and it's Rapport who is only improving his position, and not Fedoseev. So he's slowly and slowly and slowly pushing. And there is a scenario when Rapport can still force the tie breaks. I mean, he can even win the group, assuming that Wojtaszek completely messes up. Let's hope it's not going to happen, but it can happen. If he completely messes up and somehow loses to Oparin, and if Rapport wins Fedoseev, he immediately qualifies for the semifinal. Also, if Wojtaszek makes a draw and Rapport wins, then he forces a tiebreak. He keeps fighting.
Yeah. And unexpected things happening.
Yeah. And now Fedoseev is a bit on defensive. Bishop c4. Trying to keep as many pieces as he can in the game. You know, one might think that this is a very equal position. Then again, I keep remembering yesterday's game of Esipenko against Bakrov. It was seemingly nothing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then suddenly the game continued, and Fedoseev, not Fedoseev, but Esipenko outplayed Bakrov. So this position is equal. But it appears that Rapport is pressing.
He has the better, chances here. And we are being told that things are happening in So's game, and rook b1.
What? What do you say? What happened?
Yeah, something is happening in this game. People were saying, what's happening in this game, Artur?
So won a pawn. This is what I was saying, right? That at some point black is gonna try to drop the pawn on a5 and see counterplay. I can't immediately tell once again which was the right moment for white to do that. Whoa! No, there's a lot of counterplay now. So rook b1, the only move, I guess.
Queen a6.
Queen a6.
And what's going on now?
And can I play something like
h5, h4.
Yeah, but not for the attack. I mean, h5 for the king to escape h7 and knight g4. That was my idea. Knight g4, knight f2, or knight e5.
Oh, you want knight f2. I thought you want knight h2.
I don't know. I don't know yet. I mean, h5 or h6, it makes sense to free some space for the king. Wesley's down of 5 minutes, and this is something we cannot ignore. And in the same group, Dominguez has an advantage, and against Shirov, he has this position. He has sacrificed the pawn, by the way.
Yeah.
So bishop f4, knight e3, positional pawn sacrifice, relying on the piece domination and just look at white's pieces. The knight on e3, the bishop on f4, the rook on f5, there's b5, maybe d5, the pawn on a7 drops, there's knight e5, the pawn on c7, the pawn on f6 is under attack. So this is the highest level of chess, incredibly unpleasant for black to play. Maybe there's even something like knight c4 and b5. So once again, let's say if there's a6, you could just maybe lose on the spot somehow with, I don't know.
Very good.
Let's say this, knight c4. Knight c4, b5, here, rook a8 check, and maybe there's a way for some complications like this. Knight b6, rook b8, and so and suddenly you're just winning something. Okay, this is fantasy, of course, but
there's still room for
6, of course, yeah. It still continues, but I'm just thinking that from the black's perspective, I don't like this position for quite a while already. And Wesley, in the meantime, did play queen a6, and you got to become nervous, really. I mean, okay, maybe for Wesley, it's not really such a big deal because even if he makes a draw, it's a final result for him. And if Dominguez wins, it's a tie breaks, right?
Yep.
That's not really so bad. Okay, he didn't manage to win immediately and qualify for the semifinal. Okay, there's going to be tie breaks.
Yeah, he's not going to lose his spot or anything.
I think this is his idea. Queen c8, queen e6, queen f5. Maybe it's
in case of h5, you're saying, yeah?
Could be some perpetual. Check. And okay, this already is a perpetual. Rook f6. Check, 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 check. Right, a lot of checks. But queen h3, I find it hard to believe that you could play like that and play for the win. But maybe, I don't know, something like here. I just collect the pawn.
Yeah, no, I don't think this is...
Esipenko is still thinking. He's still thinking against Nakamura. Huge moment.
People are also saying that things are happening in Grischuk's game, which we can briefly check out.
Yeah, and 95. Okay. This is very typical idea in Sicilian. Yeah. And I was telling you this, by the way, that it's easier to play for white, right? You just keep attacking. There's a5, f5, knight e5 ideas. This I didn't mention, but this one of the typical ideas. So the position rips apart, and black is simply enjoying a very good bishop here on b3. Maybe even f5, rip apart, h4, h5. The white king is safe, which cannot be said about the black king.
It looks very dangerous for black in this position.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to end the tournament on a good note.
Cool. Grishuk. Yeah, I guess so. The position is for Bakro very unpleasant. Extremely unpleasant. So white's attack continues. f5 is incoming. All right. I mean, you have to apologize us, right? We're going to try to focus on the critical games, which are still where players are still fighting for the place in the semifinals. So maybe we will not really look so much for this game, although, of course, normally Grish against Bakro is one of the central games, but not this round because there's a bigger action happening in Esipenko against Nakamura, who is going to qualify from Group A. Also, in other pools, not everything is clear. So 3 pools are still wide open.
So what is going on? Do we have any moves, Arturs? Look at that. Rook c6 in Oparin's game. Can we briefly go to that? I just see a rook on c6. I see a rook on c6, and I'm wondering what's going on there.
Whoa, exchange sacrifice. So rook e4. Wojtaszek played a bit more aggressive. Also, Oparin is in a semi-time trouble. Bishop a1, f5, queen b3, queen e8, and rook c6.
So what if we just grab the exchange?
You want to take it?
Just wondering. Yeah, I have to wonder about that. And king h8 and queen. So he's hoping for some counterplay here.
This is not very clear suddenly, you know? Are you sure you want to take the exchange? Because if I get those pawns running...
But what if f4? Can we still play f4 here? Maybe it's just nothing because I take on d6 and... oh, wait. Takes on e3 is quite dangerous. Rook take, yeah.
Yeah, we have to make sure what is this really. Your rook also is ganging.
Wait, that's...
Just one check really, right? Check and here.
But I'm also thinking this is probably what white wants, yeah? He was looking for some activity.
This check could be important, by the way.
But you go to b3?
Yeah. Ah, wait, there's bishop c3.
Bishop on c3. There are some mate threats and the pawn on c6 going to c7.
Either way, I like what the Oparin is doing. He is trying to complicate matters, creating some practical chances. What else?
f4 immediately, Arturs?
Here? Whoa.
No, just wondering if f4 was interesting earlier. Why not? Why not try here?
Okay, if I take it. I assume you want to sacrifice the rook on e3, yeah. Right? You have this look, you want to sacrifice the rook on e3.
Yes, that's what I wanted.
I know that look. Okay. Short castle looks extremely dangerous.
Castle. I completely forgot that you can still castle. That's
yeah, I can castle. Unfortunately, I couldn't castle with the bishop though, but it's something. Imagine just castling long and putting the last one bishop on d1.
Bishop on d1. You even changed the color.
Okay. Yeah, castle long is impossible. Yeah, f4 looks nice. Okay, if I take it, bishop f4.
Yeah.
And something like. So you want to take it?
Yes, take. Still want to take everything on.
No, this is not very clear. It's getting sharp. It's getting very sharp, and also white has some chances with rook g1 going after the pawn on g7. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good for black, but I guess we're going to see. I guess we're going to see. I was suggesting that maybe Radoslav simply should have taken the pawn on b5. He did not. This f4 was hanging all the time in the air, and he played it quite late, only now. And now rook c6 is a brilliant practical chance from Oparin, and this game is not clear. I don't care what the bar is saying.
Yeah. In
the sharp positions, one mistake, that's it. It just changes. It's not a positional game. It's a sharp position. In the meantime, Esipenko, f takes on e5 is on the board. This is on the board. So before we move on, he had a deep think of something like 12, 13 minutes. He took on e5. Huge moment. Maybe a bit too long, this f takes on e5. It felt a bit that it should have been done earlier. I guess rook e5, he's going to try to be very tricky. Because this looks just not practical, no? Also for your opponent, I mean, imagine yourself from Hikaru's shoes, from Hikaru's perspective. So your opponent is in semi time trouble, 8 minutes, not a lot of time. So you want to complicate matters as much as possible. And something like 90, what was it really? After f takes, d takes, knight e6, you pretty much acknowledge you're down a pawn.
Yeah.
Unless there's some tricks with knight e6, of course.
Maybe you want to take first on d5 and you want to take c4. Okay.
Yeah, maybe this is what he's thinking about. Maybe this is. Wait. F takes. Okay, rook e5, we sort of figure it out, sort of. D takes. Maybe there's no knight e6. Maybe there's something else.
You don't even have to move the knight, do you? What if you take
No.
on 6?
If I take it, and again, knight a7.
Oh, knight a7, yeah.
Or maybe there's some fork with something like knight b5. Do you like this?
Yes.
Knight b5, take, and here. Whoa. This could get really risky for black. Why didn't I take the pawn on c6 or a6? Because black would get some activity at the b file. So this knight b5 looks really interesting. Knight c6, knight e6 wins a fork. Yeah, I'm just threatening to win the knight, by the way. Or maybe this is what he should do, by the way. D takes. There's also knight e6 as well. Not knight a7. Knight a7 is just ridiculous, I think.
We just like that square for this game.
Yeah, he was already there a couple of times. So, I mean, third's a charm, right?
Yeah. So now, yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is the idea.
Yeah, this should be the idea. Knight e6 looks very natural. I don't see anything immediately wrong with this. Of course, maybe there is something wrong, something computerish like queen g3. I don't know. I don't see it on the spot. So I'm not sure what Hikaru is going to do here. D takes e5 is a big moment. Rook takes on e5 is a big moment. You know, the only thing I'm slightly surprised that he's thinking, because what was he expecting before, really? I mean, his opponent here sits for what, 30 minutes. 30 minutes, calculates. I mean, he makes the most obvious move, f takes on e5, and now Hikaru is thinking for another 7 minutes. This must be only the pressure, and that's it. It's only the pressure. Huge moment.
Yeah, we'll see how Nakamura reacts to this, but it's getting complicated, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have anything interesting happening? What about our other games in Pool D?
Yeah, by the way, just a quick update. Wojtaszek took the exchange.
He took the exchange. And how did he play there? Bishop takes, D takes. Oh, just queen e6, not moving the king away. Takes there.
No, this is. I think Wojtaszek is losing the control here. I don't like what he's doing here, unless of course those pawns start to fall. Takes, and rook b4.
Yes, if rook b4 here.
Unless they start to fall, because if those pawns start march forward, anything can happen, you know. I think he had a better position before. All right, but let's move on. Which game do you want to check? Wesley So draw.
As you.
So it was exactly as I told you. H5. Oh, okay, this I didn't see, but rook f6, draw.
Yeah. So it's all left in Dominguez game. Let's see what happens. If he wins, he will force tie breaks.
Dominguez has an excellent chance to force a tie breaks. This is a result he's very, very happy to see. So once again, in the pool D, he's trailing Wesley So now at the moment by a full point. But if he wins Shirov on demand, and it looks really good chances because he has a lot of piece activity, he is going to force the tie breaks with Wesley So tomorrow. So there's a good chance we might see it.
And what is going on here, Arturs?
I like white pieces. That's all I understand. For example, rook h3. There could be some problems with a
C7
king
with the king. Yeah, it's just
something like a check. I'm not sure how accurate is this. And I want to play rook g8, and then I notice king e6.
Oh.
This is also a huge game. So, of course, we are going to go back to Hikaru's game and as quickly as possible. Oh, wow.
Wait, we have things going on in Hikaru's game. Like, can we see that? Because he took on d5. That's a move that we didn't even analyze, did we?
No, not at all. C takes on d5, we are only focusing on d takes on e5. e6 instantly responded by Esipenko. So his idea is to play f takes, c takes on d5.
And completely bury that knight.
Strange decision, to be honest.
So what about queen h5?
Yeah, makes sense. Queen h5, keep the pawn healthy. I mean defended. There's a lot of ways how you can play with white. It could be something started with rook f1.
Yeah.
Just ignore the pawn. Rook f7. Knight f5.
You're losing the rook, aren't you? Oh, it's a check. Nice.
It's a check, yeah.
Too bad.
Something could be like this. I mean, maybe even queen g3, go for the attack. I'm not sure how this pawn really matters. There's a question. Am I the number 3 best Latvian player of all times after Misha and Shirov? I don't know. Ask me this question in 30 years, okay? All right. E6, very strange decision by Nakamura. I started like, once again, Esipenko's position. I had a feeling that it was quite crucial, this d takes on e5 and knight e6. Or whatever happens after this one, I can only guess. But c takes, e6. And again, he's thinking.
Okay, options then. Queen h5 seems very natural. But what else do we have here with black?
Something is off with Hikaru today. You know, I just can't shake this feeling.
Too much pressure, you think?
It shouldn't be, but because he was playing such a flawless chess in previous games, you get used, right? You get used to the accuracy. I mean, the game he played against Grishuk, it was just mind-boggling level. And today it feels a bit, or maybe it's just Esipenko, right? Esipenko is pressuring him huge. Maybe he has to play something like queen g6, c takes and knight e7, block it, and acknowledge he's solidly worse. And he is solidly worse.
And what about queen c7 with the idea that when you take on d5, I play queen c4?
Yeah, but I don't care about the pawn on d5. That's the thing. I'm gonna sacrifice it at some point.
Yeah.
Something like rook c1, queen d5, rook c7, knight f5, queen g3.
Go for the attack.
Yeah, and also taking into account that it's a time trouble, it's also easier. That would be my thought process. I'm not even saying that this has to be done right away, but.
And he played queen g6.
Queen g6, yeah. Is c takes on d5 automatic?
What other option do we have here?
It's a very good question.
I think c takes d5. Or are you thinking something like rook c1 and insist on the idea of getting a rook on c7?
I'm thinking about rook f1.
Rook f1.
I'm trying to understand, can I even afford to do something like this? Rook f1, knight e7, rook f7, but is this too much, I guess? Takes. In time trouble, this could be very difficult to calculate. Something like rook a3, get the rook to g3, queen e1.
That looks very nice, but isn't it? I mean,
That's
95 is also coming.
Yeah, there might be 95. You just miss one shot and that's it. You're down 2 pawns. So, not sure. Not sure what's going to happen here, but I think we still have a couple of minutes. So let's check. Let's check what is happening in other games. Huge moment. which is going to decide the fate of all the remaining polls, because once again, dear viewers, this is the final game of the so-called polls of the preliminary games, which determine which players are going to qualify for the semifinals, because only one player from each group with 4 players qualifies for the semifinals. Only one.
Only one after all these fights. So
the bar is merciless for Shirov's game, and this is a very good chance that we might see Dominguez forcing a tiebreak for tomorrow.
A5 just played.
A5, and what if so his idea is that after B5, rook B5, 97, 97, I cannot, wait, I just take it.
You can take the rook.
But 2 pawns for the exchange. Two pawns for the exchange could be.
So here you might have the rook E8, rook G8 idea, don't you still? In the end.
You mean here?
After at the end of the line that you had there. Rook E8. Yeah, knight C6, rook E8.
I'm not even sure if knight C6 is necessary, really, but I guess so. Maybe there's king D7 feels more natural. On bishop C7, rook takes on C3. Still need to understand what is this position here.
Bishop B6.
Here. Something like F5. Maybe it's not so clear. So that's why Dominguez is calculating this. You won't believe me what Esipenko played.
So rook F1. He's listening to you.
Wow. Is this really necessary? Rook F1? I mean, I understand the idea. D takes on C4, rook F7. This is what I was sort of dreaming about this. But if I just ignore it, I play knight E7, rook. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a drama. So if you have time to make popcorn, make it right now. Make it right now. Make some popcorn and get ready for the action.
So probably we're looking at the position that we just had on the board. Rook F7, pawn takes C4, and rook F1. That's what you suggested here?
Something like this. I'm not 100% sure in which order. So he's ready to sacrifice 2 pawns. Like this, rook F3, rook G3. Oh, wow, that's a powerful idea. Listen, don't trust the bar. In time trouble, all that matters is the initiative. And for Esipenko, it's just everything charges forward. We can only assume that Esipenko didn't like something after c takes on d5. I guess the point was that after c takes on d5, knight e7, black is very solid. Maybe it's not enough for the win. This pawn on d5 is under attack. The bar says, of course, it's a mistake. But, you know, from a practical point of view, I look at this. This looks very unpleasant. And of course, Hikaru doesn't have the knowledge that the bar is in the middle, right? That it shows a draw. How would he know? So takes rook f7. What do you play here?
Same. I just go for the same position.
Let me show you some funny ideas here. Boom.
And the other rook to f7. There you go.
Is that a checkmate?
Queen takes d4, and where's the checkmate? On h7, it will be a checkmate, yeah?
No, it's a draw.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a draw. I think so, it's a draw. G3, queen e2, queen e1, queen e2. Okay, something like this could work. At some point.
Can definitely be improved on.
I see the chat is very excited
about this game.
Hikaru, but listen, this is not very obvious. Not very obvious at all. Maybe d takes on c4 was played or was suggested by engines, but it's a very difficult decision. And there you go again. He ignores it. He ignores the pawn on d5 because Esipenko already has made up his mind. Wow, you know, he's burning with the desire to get his revenge.
Are we going to see this line? D takes c4 and rook f1.
And D takes on c4. Yeah, it must be rook f1. Rook f1, rook f3, rook f3. And Hikaru simply cannot easily take D takes on c4. He too well understands the potential consequences.
But you have, don't you have something like knight c6 with black at some point? Here there's knight f5 though, right?
Can you guarantee me there's no mate?
No.
Rook e6, rook g7.
Yeah, that looks highly dangerous.
Like that. Just collapsing.
Just collapsing.
Just collapsing. I mean, okay, so Hikaru takes it, D takes on c4. So be it.
Let's see who comes out on top. Or
maybe this is actually the line, actually. Rook f1, queen d3. This must be his idea. And now I play queen f4. I don't sacrifice the rook, which still needs to be calculated.
Okay, if
queen g4 is the threat.
Queen G4 is coming next.
What?
Queen g4 is coming next, but what if I go, I don't know. No, what do I go here?
Okay, there's a suggestion in the chat, king h8. For example, king h8, I play queen g4. What do? Queen g6, I take here. And that's it. Intermezzo check, you lose a piece. That's how easy it's to lose this game. Take it, h takes on g4, white is up a piece. If you play something like knight g6, do you believe yourself you're not going to get mated there? I don't.
This looks very, very difficult to play, especially in time trouble.
Extremely scared. I like from practical point of view what Esipenko is doing. Of course, he has no knowledge of the evaluation bar. Rook f1 is on the board. It's so easy to make a mistake here. Queen d3 looks logical.
But so does queen f4 after queen d3.
Yeah, we already figured this out, sort of. Queen d3, queen f4. I'm not sure how well is our calculation here, really. It's just guessing. It's just a guess. So this is something you cannot easily calculate in a minute or two. You just have to sit here for a while.
And
King
h8 played.
Hikaru is running away. What about rook f3, rook g3? Or maybe rook f4, rook g4?
Keep improving on these lines. I really don't know what we do here with black. So how does he defend? Does he want? Nah, that cannot be the idea. Knight g8 and knight f6? Definitely not, because if you play rook f4 now, I'm just losing after something like that.
I don't know what he wants.
95? I don't know.
Maybe his idea is to prepare the idea of knight g8. Let's say something like rook f3, knight g8, rook g3, queen f7. Maybe this is his idea at some point. But even this...
Managed to take that, but still you take and the knight is hanging, yeah?
Take. This is still a monster knight, no?
Knight d7, still there. We had this, we saw this, wasn't this in Rapport's game? Now we saw a similar idea. It was just rook d8 and blocking the rook and some lines.
To be honest. Okay, listen, let's quickly check. This is a super exciting game. What a drama for the final round. Whatever happens here, I mean, we have to give huge thumbs up for both players. Very tense game. The stakes are the highest. Essentially, on the line is perhaps the FIDE Candidates tournament. So think about this. Huge game. Dominguez, is he going to win the game against Shirov? He seems to be winning. Shirov is down on the clock. So Dominguez is about to score a second victory against Shirov unless he blunders rook takes on g3, king takes on c7. It's a safe bet that Dominguez is very close to force a tiebreak tomorrow with Wesley So. Very quick roundup what is happening with it. Gujarati is still pressing against Vitiugov-Keymer, but Vincent is holding. Not much is happening, so we are not going to pay too much attention for this game at the time. Vladimir Fedoseev holds the position against Richard Rapport, but this game can still go either way. The position is very solid. I think they're pretty much waiting, waiting what is
happening next door.
Waiting for the Wojtaszek's game, because this game could decide everything. And check the bar; it's equal.
It's
equal on those pawns. I told you. I mean, I had a bad feeling about this. I mean, this. I think Wojtaszek was simply having so many great choices that he chose maybe not the most practical one. And these pawns essentially can simply run forward. So this can be anyone's game. Look at the bar; it already says white is better.
Oh, I cannot believe this. It would be such a shame, because this is third game that he's throwing away.
Sorry, just a second. I slightly missed it.
Third game, I think, that he's
Yep.
He's throwing away the advantage. Maybe, cannot believe that from that position we got here. When F5, F4 was such an immediate threat all the time.
There's something happening in Shirov's game against Lanier Dominguez. Shirov just sacrificed an exchange. Rook takes on G3, extension on G3. I guess he realized. I'm sorry.
Wasn't he forced to do that? He's probably
forced. Yeah, otherwise it would be a checkmate.
I think so.
That's it. Dominguez is winning Shirov. I don't see him escaping this. So,
because actually Rook H5 is a threat here, and
Rook H5, Rook A5. There's many threats. There's no perpetual check. This game is over.
Yeah,
what a result. So I think it's pretty official that we are going to have a tiebreak tomorrow.
Between the two Americans in Pool D.
In the Pool D. Dominguez against. So this is what it looks like for the Pool D. And
what about Esipenko's game, Arturs?
Yes, let's go back. Let's just enjoy this. Do you have the popcorn ready? Let's just watch this.
So what's happening after Rook F3? What else can we try here? What can we try?
Queen D3, beg for a queen trade.
Yeah. Even now, Queen D3. But Queen F4. Again.
Queen D3. I can even take it.
And still
go. Okay, probably this favors black, right? Because I'm trying to hold this.
Mm-hmm.
Probably Esipenko is a bit unhappy that he spent a bit too much time. He might need this time for the critical moments. I'm not sure how well he plays in the time trouble. 52 seconds for Esipenko. He needs to make what? How many moves is it? Which move is this? Let me just double check it. Move 32. He needs to make 8 more moves.
What about knight d5 here?
95.
What about knight d5?
95. Okay, you're attacking my queen. I have to remove it. Maybe queen f2 could work.
Queen f2.
With some rook g3 ideas once again, with rook f8 ideas at some point. Not very obvious choice for black. The pawn on b4 does not matter at all. Hikaru is not even looking in that direction. His direction is here. The king. How do I escape this? And you can totally believe me. If Hikaru would have a choice, he would gladly play c takes on d5, rook f8 much more. Because it might be worse. It's at least somehow holding. Now, this is a direct attack. That's why it's so dangerous. Extremely unpleasant for him.
Now this we have to see how this ends here. It's a blitz now. Yeah, sort of.
Okay, Hikaru still has 4 minutes.
He has a lot of time still compared to Esipenko.
Knight c6.
Knight c6 with the idea of winning the pawn on e6.
Wait a second.
We saw this just a moment ago, but the king was on g8.
Knight takes on c6, very quickly responded by Esipenko, so this must have been expected. What about rook takes on e6, intermezzo? Is there this intermezzo move? Rook e6 is knight e7. Wait. Just wait. Okay, queen f7. Okay, maybe it's not so simple. Anyway, b takes c6, e7 is on the board. Huge trouble for Hikaru. I think this could be a rook f8 threat. There could be queen f4, rook g3 threat. These pawns don't matter at all. Maybe the only thing which matters is the c pawn, which can run very quickly forward. Wow. I think Esipenko at the moment is becoming the favorite. He is becoming the favorite to win the game. Let's try this. Wait, c3. I just take it.
C3. You just take it, and I was just looking at you can never move the queen as made on g7. But what if you maybe?
Let's play something like d5, right?
d5.
Yeah, d5. I play queen f4. Rook g3 is the threat. How do you defend? Okay, maybe there's going to be some check on b1 at some point.
But that's the only check. That's the other thing I'm looking. Queen b1, king h2.
Huge trouble for Hikaru.
The checks are gone.
I think he is very, very close to lose this game. Again, queen f4, rook g3. Very simple moves for Esipenko. He's going for the attack. He's going for rook f8 maybe at some point. So I think, let's say, something like d5, queen f4, whatever happens. Let me just make a random move. Rook c8, rook g3, queen h7. This feels terrible. Queen e5.
You had rook f8 there also, yeah?
Total domination.
You just want to sacrifice on g7, but you also had rook f8 at some point.
Yeah. King h7 is on the board. And the bar says, Hikaru,
White is winning now.
You are lost.
Well, let's try to find. How do we win this, Arthur?
No, queen f4 still should be working. Queen f4, queen g5 maybe?
No, queen f4, queen g5, rook g3. Can that happen? No, it's not mate. It's mate.
Where? Where's the mate?
Queen f4. You said queen f4, queen g5, rook g3.
Yeah. Unbelievable. This is so beautiful. Wow. This is the best find today. No? And queen f4 is on the board. This would be a lovely checkmate. Is this what Hikaru missed? Did he want to play queen g5? He has to. He has to play queen g5. And he wants to play queen g5. Rook g3 is the move.
Oh, that's very beautiful.
Oh my goodness. This is so nice. Rook g3. And by now, Hikaru already should see this. So
do
you remember all of that story? All of that story of Hikaru, of the wildcard history of Karyakin, etc. It's coming to this end.
Wow.
It's still not over for Nakamura. I mean, of course, I feel for Hikaru because he's been playing a wonderful chess in this tournament. He was playing wonderful chess, so he would deserve a place in the semifinal, but he still will have chances. He still will have chances because he will get a lot of points for being second place if he loses this. But right now, Rook g3 is just killing, right? He should see it by now. He should see it by now that Queen g5, Rook g3, very beautiful queen sacrifice.
Thank you.
Wow. And Esipenko already sees it by now. I think so. Incredible. Incredible. What a game.
That's why he played queen f4, I guess. He must have had this prepared.
Yeah, so, okay, he's going to try to play. So, game is not over yet. The game is not over yet. So.
But what can you try here, Arturs? Rook g8, really? I think rook g3.
Rook g8, rook g3, give a check, king h2. Oh.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
Yeah. Oh, this is it. How do you stop it? C3 maybe? Maybe C3, final chance.
What happens on rook g3?
Something like C2. Oh, C2 is not even a threat.
It's not even a threat, right?
It's not even a threat. Yeah, black is completely tied. Or maybe there's some tricks, something like C3, Rook G3, Rook B4, but it's a mate anyway. The clock is ticking, the final minute.
We will have a move soon. We're just waiting for it.
Just a second. Yeah, everything, of course, stops. We have to see this moment.
Rook G8 seems best for black, in the sense that it doesn't lose immediately, right? But
I don't see how it helps.
Yeah, it should lose like in not in 2 moves, but maybe in 4 or 5.
I don't see how it helps. The last half a minute for Hikaru. He's not gonna play Queen G5. He's gonna do something else, some trick, some Rook G8. Let's just wait for it. 10 seconds.
Exciting.
Rook G8 is on the board.
Yeah.
Made with 6 seconds on the clock. By now, Hikaru already knows he's lost.
Yeah, Rook G3 seems over.
Yeah, Rook G3, Queen B1. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Check. You have to do a check. King H2. Queen F6 is incoming.
Check.
Maybe King H8 something.
And even Rook F8 should be.
Oh, maybe there is no immediate. There should be some Rook G7, Rook F8. Rook G3, Queen E6 is on the board.
Queen E6.
Hikaru found some resources. Whoa, what just happened there?
Okay. So Rook G3 was a mistake? Wait, what happened here?
That looks so natural. Queen E6. Wait. Hikaru is not yet dead.
Okay, this is amazing. This game has gone.
He just repeats the position. All right. There's no way they're going to repeat the position. He simply wants some time.
Maybe Rook F8 now. And Rook E8 is the plan.
How do you play here? I don't see the killing block. Hikaru is fighting, but definitely he has. Rook F8
seems. But Rook
let's just watch this. Listen, let's just watch this. It feels completely busted, but Hikaru is very resourceful.
And what was the win, Arturs? Because at some point
we missed Queen E6. We missed Queen E6. We didn't see Queen E6, of course.
So what was the win instead of Rook G3?
No, maybe this is it.
Was already
Rook E8. All right.
Can I? Oh, if I take on E8. So I'm thinking something like.
Maybe you already have to take and play something like Queen takes on C4 and black still lives. Rook takes on G8. All right. So he's going to take on C4, take on A6. Probably the position is still close to winning. Very practical choice. Final move for what? Move 40.
Wait, because on Queen C4, Queen F7, is that so winning, Arturs?
Queen C4, Queen F7. And let's say I'm going to play Queen A6.
And I'm finally getting rid of that annoying pawn.
No, but this should be losing, no? Unless I lose.
I was looking at.
Unless I missed perpetual check.
Wow.
Nakamura is very resourceful. Queen takes on C4 is on the board. Yep. But he's still alive. You never bury Nakamura too early.
You have to mate him.
Queen F7 is on the board, and we have reached the second time control. It's official. I mean, position for Hikaru is terrible. Let's just very quickly check.
We have a draw in Oparin-Wojtaszek, Arturs.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
Dominguez
has won. So this means tomorrow there's a tiebreak. It's quite official.
Mm-hmm.
Wojtaszek is a draw against Oparin. And what does it mean? It means that there's going to be a tiebreak.
It's going to be a tiebreak because it
No
doesn't
matter
look
what.
like Fedoseev is winning here.
Who's winning?
It doesn't look like Fedoseev is winning here. It's probably going to be a draw as well.
But this also gives chances for Rapport, because now that Wojtaszek has made a draw, this means that if Fedoseev makes a draw, he forces a tiebreak tomorrow with Wojtaszek. If Rapport wins, this means he forces the tiebreak tomorrow with Wojtaszek. There's going to be 2 tiebreaks.
But do you think that black can win this?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's a playable position. Something like Queen A7, Rook D7, King F6, G4. It's just a very long game. Wow.
Can we just go back to Nakamura's game?
Yeah, I saw, of course, the bar. I saw the bar, and I trusted it. But the question is, where's the killing blow? Where is it? I mean, you saw it. All of you viewers saw it. We saw Rook G3, and also Esipenko saw Rook G3. So it felt like this is it. This is the deal, right? This is the real deal. Rook G3. But apparently not.
And what is the win then? Or was the bar just tricking us? What's the win then? If
let me just give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Calculation time. How do we
figure it out? By the way, I still think in the final position, Esipenko is very close to winning. So nothing is over yet.
Has good chances.
Yeah, excellent chances. But let's just figure out this one.
Queen takes C4.
Queen takes C4. It makes sense, by the way.
It makes sense, yeah.
Just take the pawn. Very practical.
And you take another one on A6.
Let's say D5. Maybe something like Queen C5, no?
Queen C5, yeah.
Queen C5, Rook F8. But you know, you cannot blame Esipenko. I mean, we saw this. You saw this. Everybody saw this, right? That this Rook G3, it felt so natural.
And even with the Rook on E3, well, actually with the Rook on E3, Queen takes C4.
Here, right?
Yeah.
Takes here.
Queen F1 seems to be my only.
Whoa, Queen F1.
I don't know. What else? What other option to? Oh, Queen D3. But I don't.
What about Queen C5? Why don't you like Queen C5?
Because I'm looking at the Rook on F7.
Oh, there's the problem. Yeah. Minor issue.
Minor issue there.
Yeah. Queen F1. Yeah, this should be somehow lost by domination, right? This pawn is very strong. Even Queen F4. There should be something eventually.
It's funny because you were expecting something faster here, and it turns out to be just take the pawns and that's it. You're expecting White to continue with the attack, which is what he's.
Right, but this attack, it was amazing, right? Rook F7, Rook F1, Rook F3, everything goes forward. And the evaluation bar was saying there was somewhere a draw. I mean, didn't feel like it's a draw, right? Knight C6, takes. Knight C6 apparently was a big mistake by Hikaru. E7, King H7, another move which engines didn't like. And just Queen F4, Rook G8, and all Esipenko needed to do, probably to seal the game already before the second time control, is just take the pawn. I think it was here, right?
Yeah.
I think you can even take it here. Yeah, just take it, something like D5, and just go back. This pawn is not going to go anywhere. Maybe you keep the ideas of Rook G3 alive, Rook F8 alive, maybe go after the pawn on A6, maybe go after the pawn on C6. Instead, okay. People may make mistakes, and this is the position. It does feel winning, to be honest. But listen, we are going to make maybe a short break, right? Because the second time control has approached.
We're probably going to have a long game here, even if White is winning, he's not winning right away.
Yeah. So everything else is still, everything is possible. Hikaru is fighting. He survived a bullet, I would call it. Yeah, that was a bullet, really.
He dodged it.
He dodged it somehow, but there's many bullets still to come. So we are going to make a break of something like 5 minutes. Thank you for watching us. Don't go, please, anywhere. And if you have any questions or feedback, of course, write in the chat. We are watching what you're saying there. And
trying to answer all your questions. Don't forget that you also have a discount code. If you guys go premium during the FIDE Grand Prix, we have a 40% off discount code for you with Grand Prix 2022.
Yeah.
Here you have it, and we'll be right back. Thank you very much.
Yep. See you in a bit.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing, I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger, remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what.
And we are back with the action from the FIDE Grand Prix in the Berlin, the very first stage to determine who is going to qualify for the FIDE Candidates tournament. But first, we need to find out who will qualify for the semifinal matches. You already saw the drama which was happening between Andrei-Esipenko against Hikaru Nakamura. Clearly the central round of today's all matches. Esipenko appeared to have clearly winning position before the first time control as he played a very powerful attack. And yet somehow Nakamura still prevails. So he is still keeping the chances alive to save the game, although the position does look, to be honest, strategically lost. But let's just continue and watch this. What do you think, Raluca?
I still think that the chances are not so so big anymore. So I don't know. Probably Nakamura will hold. Now I'm going to go with this.
You think so? I'm not sure. I'm not sure really. So, this pawn on a6, of course, is going to decide the fate of the game because White eliminated the pawn on a6. I guess his idea is maybe trade the rooks, take on h6, assuming there's no perpetual check.
How is queen e1 there?
Take, queen c6, queen e1 here, queen e5,
g3 and queen g2.
Still can be very tricky.
Can be very tricky.
Very tricky. You know, let me tell you honestly, of course, the critical moment before the end of the first time control was apparently the simple and calm queen takes on c4. But you know, we saw this and you saw this as well. I think so. This rook g3, this was such a natural choice, right? I mean, we really wanted to play rook g3. We also missed queen e6, which was played by Hikaru, who is one of the most resourceful players in the circuit. So after repeating the moves a couple of times here, Esipenko decided to play rook f8, which maybe was not the best decision. Probably it was the nerves. He should have taken the pawn on c4 anyway. And now after rook e8 takes here, queen c4, suddenly black has some practical chances to save the game. So here after queen takes on e7, this is the position.
I'm pretty sure he's going to take on c6 now, yes?
I
think he wants to give a check on c8 first.
Wait, but we need to make sure there's no perpetual check, right? Queen c6, yes. Of course, is the obvious choice. Queen c6, queen e3 check, king h2. Ah, wait.
I'm still going to have g3 and queen g2 to any.
Right. You're absolutely right. Okay, queen takes on c6, and it's on the board, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Queen c6, queen e3, king h2, queen maybe f4, g3. I could take it. And something like a6. Oh, wait, there's a perpetual check. Or is there? No, there's no perpetual check. Queen d2 is not good because of queen g2 and queen a2.
Maybe queen a5 there?
Queen a5, h4, and try to somehow salvage this.
But after queen d2, Arturs.
So anyway, queen e3 check, right?
King h2, we had queen f4, g3 takes a6, queen d2.
All right.
Queen g2, queen a5.
Queen a5. Okay, now I give you a check.
And
h4.
Okay. So I only have one check left, and you go to 3, and the checks are gone.
I'm not even sure what is easier, to hold this or win this. But anyway, Hikaru has a chance. He has a chance, some practical chances to save this. So Esipenko, before the end of the first time control, was clearly winning if he had kept his rook on f7. This is still a chance. We buried him, right? Maybe too early, but you have to forgive us. We also human beings. We saw what the bar was saying. The position looked really so dominating. Of course, everybody was excited, including Esipenko. So at this moment, human mistake was made.
So do we know what the winning line was in the end?
What was the winning line?
Was there a winning line?
Which one?
Earlier for Esipenko, it was just
Yeah,
queen.
we already discussed it's queen takes on c4, no?
Just
Here.
queen c4. Okay.
Yeah, just take it. Play for the domination. Queen takes on c4. Oh, wait, not here. Maybe here.
With a rook on f3.
Yeah, with the rook on f3. Queen takes on c4, d5, and just go back.
Just go back.
Just keep all your options open. King h2, queen e5, rook f4. Maybe prepare this rook g4 at the better circumstances. This was the calm move, but it's the nerves, right? It's easy to say.
Easy to say, hard to find, yeah?
Hard to find, right?
Do you have any other games going on? I think Rapport's game was very important as well for the final standings.
Of course. Rapport's game against Fedoseev and...
Well, I was just asking you if Black can win this, and here we have it. Probably Black is now pressing. Isn't that knight going to get out of there with d5 and then rook c8 coming in?
I think Fedoseev is on a defense for a long, long time already. I mean, it already felt at some point, I'm not sure at which moment, about here, right? He was making no progress, just waiting, just sitting and waiting, trading all the pieces he can. This knight h4 was a bit strange decision. So more pieces, no progress, hold, you see, right? He is holding on the defensive, trying to trade pieces. So Rapport is desperately trying to improve his position because for the save, draw means he is qualifying for the tiebreaks tomorrow. So
and
a couple of...
desperately needs a win.
Yeah, so he forced the queen trade and this is the position. And Black has more space at the king side. How many games do we have still? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more games. I mean, 4 games in total. Let's go. One of the once again critical games is. Oh wait, this is the critical game. So
this one and Esipenko's.
Yes, it's Grishuk against Bakro, and it's also Gujarati against Keymer, right?
Yep.
Unfortunately, this game we weren't following.
We weren't following it too much, yeah.
Yeah, there was so much action happening in other games, so that about at some point we definitely felt that Bakro is in trouble, but he's holding this somehow desperately holding on to this, and it's the queens which make all the difference.
A lot of miracles happening today.
Meaning?
Well, Nakamura. For once, we saw a position where we thought that Esipenko was winning right away, and we thought that Grishuk was winning right away at some point.
But I already said from the start, it's going to be a drama. It's going to be a drama, right? Because winning just on the spot, just like that, would be too simple, right? You need a drama, and every good sports event and every major chess tournament, it needs a good drama, and this is a good drama. So nothing is still over yet, and we have more action.
We do have some more action here. And okay, Vidit's game is still going on as well.
Yep, Vidit's game is still going.
To take a peek there. What is going on here?
Looks really equalish. White is slightly pressing the entire game, but I don't really picture White posing Black any problems, because this knight on b5, okay, it negates the knight on e8, right? But the pawn on c4 constantly needs to be defended. Maybe somehow White can play for domination, something like rook e1, rook e4, f4, g5, play for a lot of space. Looks a draw.
Yeah, looks equal here.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we should go back to our main game. So Queen c6 in this position. We have no new moves here.
No new moves, yeah.
So he's probably considering the checks, I imagine.
Yeah, I think it's fairly clear that he needs to give a check. He probably needs to provoke this g3, but the question is in which order? In which order? And like I already said, I stand to what I said. I mean, I'm not sure what is easier, to win this or draw this. Of course, Black's only chance to save the game is perpetual check, right? He has to somehow find perpetual check. So there is no direct perpetual check. Check here, let's say Queen e5, g3, Queen b2,
Queen g2,
Queen g2, Queen b4. This can easily backfire. So let's say something like King h7 here, and
Queen
again
a6.
Queen b1 and here.
Queen b1, yeah.
And this is how it ends. So that would be one way how Nakamura can lose this.
And suddenly we have a lot of moves.
Yeah, Queen e1, King h2, Queen x b4 was played.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is a better version because White doesn't have Queen a2. But maybe a6? On a6, we just put a queen on a5, maybe.
I mean, obviously we need a king at some point. Or do we? No, we need a king.
We also have the option of queen d5 and queen a2.
Oh, that's a big one. So queen d5 check.
King goes away, queen a2. I don't know.
Where does the king go? I have no idea. King h8, let's say.
Hiding from the checks.
That's a beautiful idea. And queen f4 check is g3. So the difference here, the queen is closer.
Yeah. But I'm still imagining queen a5 and queen b5. No, I'm taking it
like this, right?
Yeah, slowly there.
It feels lost, to be honest, but
well, for example, d5 here.
d5, okay, queen b5.
Queen c7, I'm just queen trying to...
7, okay. Yeah, it can be tricky. Here, check.
Okay, check. Now I think no, it's not so simple. Queen c3, I have queen d1. I don't know which check we go for, to be honest.
I mean, I just want to go here, somewhere here.
So these checks might, in fact, help White in the end.
Yeah, yeah. All right, this is going to be a very long game, like a proper drama. Let's move on to the other critical game, which has a direct impact to the semifinals. It's Fedoseev against Richard Rapport. And once again, dear viewers, if you missed the previous action, it's quite clear that tomorrow there is going to be a broadcast because at least two groups will have tiebreak. So it will be Wesley So against Lenier Dominguez, and it will be depending on how this group will finish. Either Wojtaszek already has secured his place in the tiebreaks with a draw against Grigory Oparin, but Vladimir Fedoseev or Richard Rapport, we don't know the last. I mean, not the last semifinalists. Of course, we don't know what is happening in Nakamura against Esipenko. So two semifinalists. Wait, what did I just say? Wait, they're fighting for the place in semifinal. I just thought to talk about the tiebreaks. Yeah, I mixed up.
So if Rapport wins this, he's forcing a tiebreak with Wojtaszek tomorrow, and he's pressing hard here.
Yeah,
I like his odds.
What about Rook c3?
Yeah,
looks good, right?
It does look very good.
What I don't like about Fedoseev, he's played a bit too passive the entire game. And the thought that I'm playing with White, playing with the draw in the pocket, is a nice thought, right? But it also like chains you. from playing real game.
I think it looks very simple here for black.
Yeah, everything goes forward. How did they manage
94, 92, right?
What?
I'm just going to play rook c3, 94 and 92.
Yep.
There you go.
Very risky position for the Fedoseev. So suddenly Rapport gets real chances. Who would have thought even? Because he is still in the third place in the group. Nothing changes. He was half a point behind two leaders. One of them drew today. That's a big result for Rapport, who was waiting, of course, what is happening in the other game. And now he has chance to outplay Fedoseev from seemingly very equal position.
It seemed very equal at some point. We thought it was going to be a draw earlier, but it seemed that it wasn't so easy after all.
There's a question in the chat. Can I explain why Fedoseev dropped so suddenly? Like I said, he started to play too passive. I think that's the reason. I mean, he was just waiting, starting move 20, something like this, 20, 25, too passive, no ideas, just waiting for something to happen. And Rapport was just pushing and pushing and pushing and creating these chances. So there you go. There are some chances.
We were looking at that decision with knight h4 at some point, and we thought that was the start of some weird maneuvering for Fedoseev, right? He played knight h4 at some point, which looks...
Oh, that was very long time ago.
Long time ago.
Long time ago. This strange knight h4, which I didn't really understand. I mean, there was something like b3, queen b2, a3, b4, a lot of normal moves, and somehow knight h4 just felt weird.
And
there's some new moves in Esipenko against Nakamura.
The queen's on a2.
Queen on a2. Makes sense. I like this move.
It's the line that we were discussing, right?
Yeah, I see the engines don't like it, but from a human's perspective, it looks okay. It makes sense because that's the idea. You want to position the queen behind the passed pawn and just push it forward, right? It makes sense. I'm not sure how you call this as a blunder. Of course, I see the chat, what you're saying there, but it looks human.
No, it feels natural to go there.
It's natural. Maybe there's something specifically wrong with this, but it feels natural. I would also have considered to play this.
Engine says d5. That's not a move that we considered.
Here, d5?
I'm not sure.
No, wait, really?
You're d5, and if I take it?
If I just take it?
Some checks, Arturs. Queen f4. Maybe I'm taking the... No, I'm not taking.
No, well, this is anything but obvious. Listen, no. This is anything but obvious. G3. How can you play d5? I mean, although on the contrary, maybe the pawn on d6 doesn't really matter, and you need to open more diagonals for the queen. Check. Here. Queen goes...
Where? Because I'll play queen a2, right? So how is this?
A4 maybe. Check. H4. Is this obvious to you? It's not. I don't care what the engine is saying.
The draw is queen f7. I cannot believe that. How is queen a7 a draw after queen?
Remember, these are human beings who are playing this. But you know, from a certain perspective, d5 does make sense because Hikaru might simply figure out that the pawn on d6 is actually useless. Because if he plays something like queen b7, a5, a6, queen a7, maybe there's a scenario where the king is actually hiding behind the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to try to run with the king close, and maybe the pawn is actually your enemy. You don't want it. So it's not like black is going to outtrace white, right? And play d5, d4, d3, etc., and create a counterplay. I don't believe this myself. So in this regard, yeah, d5 makes sense.
And besides, you always have these checks on the diagonal, right? That you need to look at, and the pawn on d6 is blocking sometimes the queen. Maybe that's why d5 makes sense as well.
I mean, I like what Esipenko is doing, although angels disagree. Once again, what is the alternative? Alternative was what? I mean, maybe not. I'm sorry?
Was it push the pawn?
Yeah, push the pawn maybe, but that looks even more riskier because this looks like there might be some perpetual check, really. Check here, check here, queen a5. How is this an improvement, really? Maybe there's some... And because of the d6 pawn, white wins.
Would be funny.
Queen a4 check. Yeah, it's on the board. He didn't play d5.
Okay, and play d5.
I guess he wants to provoke g3. G3, queen, something like d4, a6, queen a7, so that the white king is exposed.
Oh, okay, that's a nice idea, because in that case, we were going for queen a4 there, so we won't have that anymore.
Yeah. It does not matter how this game is going to finish. Of course, for all the Hikaru fans, it does matter. And all the Esipenko and Russian chess fans, it does matter. But I mean, we already have got what we wanted, right? We have got an amazing game. It was not a boring draw or a swift sweep. It's an incredible game of two players in the pool A and a drama, just as we like it.
And queen d4. So maybe this is a draw?
Why it should be a draw?
Well, because I don't see how I make progress. How do I make progress? On a6, queen a7.
Yeah, and I start to
bring the king
with king g2. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why it should be a draw?
d5 now, maybe.
d5. Okay. If I move the king closer.
Let me try and keep pushing, but you have king e4, right?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? I just can't take it. Maybe there's some kind of a queen activity, but then again, I just go closer. And this king is stuck, right? There's queen b1, queen b7 threat at some point. You know, I think psychology also might play a big part. That Esipenko has this feeling that perhaps he blew it before, and this might play a role.
No, it's true. You had this position, and he was for sure feeling like he's winning, and now you have to win this endgame if you win it.
Yeah, I see the bar says it's closer to a draw than it's winning. I'm not so sure, to be honest. Not so sure. So again, we're going to try to advance with the king, right? We need a king, I guess. We can always go back. So king g2, how do you play? Queen a8, king f2, queen a7, king e2.
No more checks.
Well, okay, one more check here. Okay, one more check here, right?
King d3.
King d3. You go back. I go here. Draw. I mean, I'm not sure where I'm going to go, really. Something like queen c4. Advance with the king, queen b7.
Queen a7, and yeah, we're waiting to see if king g2. I don't see what else. No, queen g2. King g2 has to be.
It makes sense. I mean, okay. Alternative is play h4. Try to escape it. We h3 square at some point. h4. Let's say h4, d5. Yeah. And
I think it makes more to go via g2. Yeah.
Yeah, king g2 looks very natural. So maybe this. Queen e3 probably. Is there a perpetual? Yeah, there's probably a perpetual. a7 you cannot play.
Why not?
Check.
King h3 and queen g4.
Ah.
Still no perpetual yet. Queen c6. Maybe, yeah, there.
Okay, I found a way to blunder.
Queen f5 maybe though.
Let's not do that.
It's so easy to make mistakes, especially after such a long game.
Yeah. Very, 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 very tense game.
When are the tie breaks? The tie breaks are tomorrow.
Yeah, but not in this group, because no matter how the game this finishes, not in Pool A, because if Hikaru holds the draw, he qualifies for the semifinals. If Esipenko wins, it's him. It's so simple, and he was very, very close, very close. Fedosev's game, yeah, sorry?
Yeah. How is this game going? I was going to ask. Rook C2. Why didn't he go 94? What was wrong with 94?
I think he's still going to go 94. 94, 92 is incoming.
But now the knight can go to C5.
Wait, how? The knight is on E4.
The white knight at some point, or not? No, I can never go to C5.
I think white is simply paralyzed. How do you even play here? I mean, King G2 is almost the only move.
And 92, yes.
King, yeah, 92 exactly. 92 is incoming. Maybe there's some chances to hold this, set this in the knight endgame, but I don't believe so.
There's Rook C1 on knight D2.
Ah, wait.
Okay, even here. But even in the line with King G2, there was Rook C1.
But I play here. And pawn on F2 mechanics.
Can we play King G2? And the line that you were suggesting before? So King G2, but you're going to play Rook D2, because on knight D2, I have Rook C1.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Attacking the knight, going after the pawn on F2.
Yeah.
Now there's a
nice comeback here.
I'm sorry?
Nice comeback from Rapport if he wins this and forces tie breaks.
Let's not jump it.
Let's not jump to conclusions.
Once again with the conclusions. So in Nakamura's game against Esipenko, D5 is on the board. Queen E2.
He played H4 actually, not King G2.
Yeah, maybe he needs this move at some point. You know, what I find it to be interesting is that it's Esipenko who is burning the time, not Hikaru, because I would imagine that it's Black who needs to figure out what's the proper setup of defense.
But Esipenko also needs to figure out how to win this, make sure that he doesn't walk into a perpetual check.
Yeah, but he's not really risking, right? So he can easily shuffle pieces, I think. Something like Queen E2, King G2.
He played Queen E2 now.
Yeah. There's a lot of easy moves for white. This D pawn, I'm not really sure how relevant it is.
Okay, but I'm just wondering now, maybe the D4 pawn is not advancing. Maybe the pawn just stays on D5. Because look, if you go something like Queen B5 next, I will have Queen F2. And if King H3, I do have a check on F5. So maybe that pawn is useful on D5.
Oh, sorry, once again, what was it?
I don't know. Let's just make a move here for Black, which is not D4.
But how do you play? I guess something like Queen B6, no?
Yeah, okay, then Queen B5 won't work. I was just trying to point out that Queen F2 and Queen F5 will work with the Queen on B5.
Okay, and if I now play something like King G2, I need my king, I guess.
No, okay, of course, in this line, it doesn't work.
The chat says the only move is Queen F7. What is this move? How do you even pick it up? What is Queen F7?
But look, here you see this idea. Queen F7, Queen B5, Queen F2. And the pawn on D5 is cutting the queen off.
But if I want, I can always go back, right? Queen A2.
To A2.
So how Queen F7 is a draw? I don't really follow. There's also King G2. And maybe there's somehow linked with D4. Well, this is going to be an escape of the century if Nakamura is going to pull this off. I mean, it's just incredible.
I think he is going to pull this off, but he has to be precise.
I'm still not sure. Although I do believe that, once again, psychology might play a role here, because when you have this feeling that you had a win before, and definitely Esipenko feels he had it before. It's so easy to get rid of this.
Roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Anything happening in Rapport's game? Nothing happening. Are we in Berlin? Are we in Berlin, Arturs?
In Berlin, it's good.
It's good in Berlin.
The sun is shining. Okay, we're not in Berlin.
We're not in Berlin.
No. But I guess it's good in Berlin. So, okay, there's a long thing for Hikaru. There's a suggestion if Nakamura is sure that this is a draw. I don't think so. I don't think so. He's sure of anything. Let's just put it this way. He knows he has chances, and that's it. It's not like he can put the hand on the heart and say, this is totally a draw. I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
No,
it's easy to make a mistake. It's so easy to make a mistake.
It's very easy to make a mistake.
Yeah.
And so many queen endgames with a pawn on the a file will have been won when they were drawn.
Yeah. Queen b6 looks very human, I think, stopping queen b5. Then again, queen b5 is not really a threat. So I still like this idea of somewhere putting the queen and running with a king, right? At some point. And I think Esipenko is going to try to do this.
He has to, right?
He has to. I guess he has to. So there's going to be a second drama. The second time control. Time scramble.
No more. This is the last one. Just don't play d4.
Okay, where is Rapport's game?
Right there, right under this game.
All right, under this game. 94. And chances for Fedosseev to qualify for the tiebreaks look less and less and less with every single move.
I don't even know what we play here. With white.
Yeah, thank you, dear chat. I don't know why you keep comparing me with Kasparov. I'm not sure if I really sound like him. I've heard this already, sort of like 100 times during the broadcast, but is it really so similar?
I haven't realized.
No, every single day I keep reading this. Every single day there's somebody who comes and says this, so there must be something, right?
There must be something.
Okay, I'll take it as a compliment. Yeah.
No, for sure, it's a compliment.
It can't be bad, right? Thank you.
Someone said that you look like Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
Did you get that before?
Yeah, no, today, only today.
Only today.
Yeah, only today. Today is the first day. So I hope everybody's doing fine and enjoying the final round. It lives up to the expectation, right?
It does.
Yeah, so
some drama here.
Drama. Maybe more drama is to follow. No matter how the game finishes. It's a great show. So
Esipenko still taking his time there.
No, there was a repetition at the moment. I think it was queen d4, queen a2, queen a7. This is the position. So king g2, I guess, has to be tried.
I think so. Time to go with the king. With the king march.
Yeah, let's go to Vidit's game. Let's check how Vidit is doing.
Imagine if this is a draw, Esipenko will be completely crushed, thinking that he was winning.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. But even if he doesn't win this, it's going to be a very important lesson.
So what is going on here? Chat's being very funny. We're being a little bit distracted. Comparing Arturs with Kevin Spacey and Kasparov. You guys have to decide until the end. You still have a week to decide.
A week, yeah.
One more week to decide.
G6 is played by Keymer.
They're fighting this out. We thought this would be a draw, but nobody wants to draw here. Everybody wants to play and get some points.
No, I mean, there's no way that Vincent is playing this for the win. He's just trying to escape this. It's Vidit who is pushing this very hard. And once again, it's a fight for some extra points in the overall rankings. G6 makes sense because Black wants to trade off some pawns. So one of the defensive techniques for the weaker side usually is to trade pawns. And this is exactly what Vincent is doing. He wants to trade one pawn, maybe somewhere along the way another pawn.
And if White takes, I'm sure that he's planning to go h5 at some point, right? If White takes on g6. Takes with a pawn, right?
Takes, so bad. takes, h5, more pawns.
Well, we're probably going to see a draw, but another fighting draw here.
Yeah, this looks drawish, really. Is there something else we're missing here?
How did Grishchuk, did he finish?
Yeah, Grishchuk is still playing.
Grishchuk is still playing.
And somehow Bakro is holding. Grishchuk is in time trouble. Nothing really changes.
And Rook D1 is a threat.
Rook D1 is a threat, but look at the clock. I mean, Bakro has no stress whatsoever.
And to think that Grishchuk at some point had 1 hour 25 against 56 minutes. Can you believe that?
No, I don't believe this. It cannot be true. There's no way it's true. I remember it. At the opening, right?
Yeah. After like, what, 15 minutes?
Yeah. Rook D1, Rook D6, this is the threat. Win something, I guess something like Queen F4 can be played.
Can we still play Rook D1, Arturs?
Yeah, it does.
Looking for yeah, the rook's hanging, but I was also looking for a mate here there with Queen D6.
Yeah, but the king is in the middle of the attack.
Like, Bishop G4 here. Oh, my queen is hanging.
Oh no, my queen.
Oh no, my queen.
Oh no. Okay.
No, not the queen, no.
Yeah, unfortunately, Grishchuk and Bakro are not fighting for anything except maybe some extra points.
Some extra points for sure.
Wait a second. Nakamura has played D4. What does it change?
People were saying just don't play D4. Weren't you guys saying don't play D4?
I'm not sure why. It's such a natural choice.
It is.
I guess Queen C4. King goes very close now. This pawn is going to get lost at some point, I imagine, anyway.
He's probably just trying to get rid of it anyway.
Well, I think we have to stop this pawn, right, from moving forward. So the queen belongs on this diagonal somehow. So I guess, yeah. Sorry?
Queen C4, you have a threat of Queen C8 as well. And
yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah. That's this check. Queen B7 maybe somehow wins. So I think it's going to lead to something like this at some point. And this still is very unclear.
Very unclear. We're still going to bring the king out, right?
Yeah, but it just takes one mistake and that's it. Maybe there's a way. Let's say we reach this position at some point. Let's say Queen D6. The king goes somewhere here. Something like Queen C5. A lot of checks start.
But something easier like Queen B5 and Queen B7 here, because the king's on G2. I don't see any checks. So something like Queen B5 and Queen B7 can also be a threat, right? In this very position.
Yeah. So
you have to start.
Let's say check, a lot of checks. So this is going to be a very long game.
Well, here there's a check on E4 if I go to B5.
Okay, I'm just trying to picture where can you play queen b5.
We'll see. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
We'll see, I guess. Queen c4 makes sense here.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. I'm not even sure what else is there for white. Because king f3 is d3. There's no king e3. And you cannot allow this pawn to be pushed too far.
Because that's what he wants, to trade that queen for the a6 pawn.
Of course, yeah, if white loses the pawn on a6, he loses any chance to win the game.
Rapport about to win another pawn. So he won a pawn?
Yeah, we can go back to that game.
He already won a pawn? Did he win? Wait.
No, everything is equal yet. But this knight on c1 is so terrible.
And he's preparing king f6, king f5.
Yep.
The king
makes
enters.
sense. He's actually about to sacrifice a pawn. E takes. King f6.
King f6.
Here.
And just go
Here.
to e4. Maybe there's a chance with, like, when you take on d4 to play f5 for white. Try to activate my king. I don't believe in it, but maybe that's the only try.
Mm-hmm. Looks to be technically winning. Yeah.
Grishuk said that if you have 30 seconds increment, there is never time trouble. Yes. That's why he's always playing so relaxed.
Yeah. Very real chances for Rapport, who had the lowest chances before today's round to qualify for the tiebreaks. And now he has them. Win on demand the black against 2700. How often do you see it?
No, not often.
Not often at all.
Not often, no. And we have queen e2 played, which was the other option instead of queen c4.
I'm not sure why
queen e2. No, I'm
why not queen c4? Queen c4 looked more logical.
Okay, there's a hidden threat of queen e8 and queen e4 and queen b7. Yes?
Yeah. Check here, right?
Yeah.
So let's say I'm going to play queen b6. It's possible to blunder this very easy. Check, and queen b7. And you're done.
I think this is winning already. I don't think there can be a perpetual here.
That's a very tricky move, by the way, this queen e2. That's why he plays it.
Queen
Bar
D7.
says it's equal.
Queen d7, our chat is suggesting
Queen
here.
d7. That makes sense, but pushing forward the pawn, I like it.
And you're stopping queen e8.
And queen e8 stopping, so this is an invitation for a repetition. What if I play something like queen e4? You need to calculate this as well.
And on d3?
Oh, wait, you just push it. I have no a7. Okay, let's say check. Wait.
And you have queen e4. On d2, there's queen e4. And now we're going to have 4 queens. Can we get 4 queens on the board?
What is this?
Well, that's made d1, queen g6, and a8. It's not made.
No, it's winning.
I have queen d8. No, this is winning. They're just messing here. There's, oh, nice. Queen f6.
Yeah. It's still possible to lose this. Queen d7, by the way, is on the board. Maybe this is Esipenko's idea.
So wait, how is d3 in the end? Does d3 work on queen e4?
Queen e4, but this is huge threat. Queen
That is a huge threat.
Queen e4 is on the board. It's on the board. Maybe it's queen a4.
Queen a4. So on
If I go here, are you sure you're gonna find a perpetual check here?
No.
Me neither. Wait.
No, I'm not sure because
how the issue with d3? Yeah, the issue with d3. I'm not sure how accurate is this. Let's again show you. What was this again? Queen a8, king h7,
a7.
a7. How do you play?
No checks.
Maybe there's some quiet move like queen d8. I don't argue. Or like queen e7. I don't argue. Okay, if there's something like this, genius. d3, queen b7, queen d8 is on the board.
Some very precise moves here.
Wait, and that's it, right? Queen d7, queen b7. Why queen b7 though? Now there's no chances for Esipenko. He just blew it. He just completely blew it. a7, d2, a8, d1, and that's it. Hikaru escapes. Wow, I mean, what can I say? Unbelievable.
Amazing save today.
Final mistake. I think this was a final mistake. Queen b7, queen a8 was the best chance. Queen a7, king h8, a7, and now had this funny idea. d2, queen e4 check. I want to promote with a check. g6, h5, and I win this. But here's the thing: after queen a8, I'm sorry, queen a8 check, king h7, a7. I think there's a quiet move, queen e7, and there's the perpetual check, queen e2, threatening. Or did I miss something? I don't win this. Yeah, the chat disagrees with me.
This is still a draw.
This is a draw. Wow. Yeah, the final position is a draw. Yeah, the final position is a draw because d2, d1 is advancing. Oh, what a painful game for Esipenko, because once again we go back to this huge moment of this is going to be a draw now. It's official. It's a draw because Black also promotes this is a draw. There's no way Esipenko can win this. But just check out this position before the end of the first time control. Esipenko was literally dominating the position here with rook g8, with a very powerful pawn on e7, and just take it on c4. And that's it. Take it on c4. These pawns on c6 and a6 are weaknesses. Now you play something like d5, simply go queen f4, king h2, a lot of easy moves, and the pawn on e7 still remains, but it was the nerves. It was the nerves, and he went for this rook g3, missed it, traded the rooks, and the queen endgame was very, very tricky.
It was very tricky, but it's not easy to switch this mindset. He was fighting there for an attack, right? He was looking at all these ideas with rook g3, and it's not easy to switch to just taking pawns and playing against the weaknesses on the queen side.
Right. Well, draw. It's official. Hikaru Nakamura qualifies. Yes. He qualifies for the semi-final. He's waiting for his opponent to be determined in tomorrow's tiebreak. So huge congratulations for the American superstar who made it unbelievable. He dodged how many bullets today? It was just incredible. Just incredible. I mean, I'm stunned. We were here together with Raluca. We literally buried Hikaru. I mean, can you blame us? Can you blame us, really? Because it just felt like it's completely over. I mean, with this pawn on e7, rook on f7, while it was dominating, and we also were tempted to play this rook g3 and go for this checkmate. We were thinking exactly like Esipenko. Unbelievable.
No, unbelievable save. And yeah, congratulations to him. This was very, very nice, nicely played. Keeping his calm, no nerves, just cool.
Who is calm? Hikaru. He's like,
well, this game, the way he played was very cool defense. I'm sure that if we see the footage, he probably reacted in many ways over the board.
Incredible. And this is once again proves one important point. You simply cannot beat Hikaru easily just like that. You need to be very accurate until the end. And this is one of the finest qualities I believe he has. There's so many they're the super grandmasters for one reason. Why? Because you cannot easily beat them. They're fighting until then.
Yes. And he finds resources, all the time. This is what's amazing.
Simply incredible. And we are going to follow another critical game of FIDE against Rapport.
But Rapport seems to be is he in full control? He probably is in full control here.
Yep. Extra pawn. He positionally outplayed. Once again, the bar drops completely for black. This time, we are not going to say anything. you already made a false prediction earlier.
I don't want to jinx it anymore.
we won't do that anymore. So, human mistake.
So what's happening here? If king f3, can we just play some moves on the board here? King f3 or king f2? Seems natural.
Is running.
Yeah, but I was counting on knight d3. I don't know if I'm right.
Knight c3.
Knight d3, d3. D3. Where? D3 and defending.
King d3.
No, I'm going to f3.
Yeah.
And
I go here.
Okay, I thought you meant b3.
I might.
Right away. Because
b3,
here I want
to and here
and then go away. Okay.
It's just 2 pawns down.
Take another pawn.
Take another pawn. So I think it's quite official that also Richard Rapport is winning. Just incredible. I mean, what a day it's been. Because it easily could have been Andrei-Esipenko qualifying for the semifinals, winning on demand. Hikaru Nakamura, he was so close. He didn't do it. And also, Richard Rapport, who started with the worst chances to qualify from all. He's
not fighting. He forced the tie breaks. He's going to play Wojtaszek tomorrow.
And I think he should be a favorite because his mood is much higher. It's much higher for Wojtaszek because, like I said already, for Wojtaszek, that's the problem in this tournament. He is blowing away these advantages, right? He had this amazing position today when Oparin literally collapsed after the opening. He had such a terrible position. Maybe it was not lost, but it was very, very dangerous. And then he had this amazing game against FIDE. He failed to convert. And who else he missed the victory? I keep forgetting.
Rapport himself. It was in the first round.
No, but he beat Rapport.
He beat Rapport in the first round.
Yeah, in the first round he beat Rapport. There was another game. He missed it. So there's several misses for...
In round 2, I believe. Yeah, there were several misses anyway.
Yeah.
So what is the format for the tie breaks, we are being asked? They're going to play rapid games tomorrow. And if they still tie, they are going to play, there you have the format, they are going to play blitz games. And if they are still tied, they are going to Armageddon.
Yeah, and tomorrow the action, we are still continuing the broadcast here, but tomorrow the action once again is going to start at 3 p.m. Nothing really changes, 3 p.m. Central European time. And we are going to see 2 tiebreaks.
We'll see who qualifies. How does this work? Qualify, then final. Yes, that is exactly how this works. The winners of each group, they qualify for semifinals and then the finals.
Yeah, and once again, the tournament system is as follows. There's 3 FIDE Grand Prix in total, 3 tournaments, 24 players in total. Some of them are selected by rating, some of them are qualifying from the World Cup, some are given wild cards, etc. So 24 players, but 16 are playing in every single Grand Prix leg. So this means every single player is getting to play 2 legs out of 3. So they are scoring points according to their place in the overall rankings, and the top 2 finishers get to qualify for the FIDE Candidates Tournament, which is scheduled to be held this summer, which was in Madrid, right? If I remember correctly.
Madrid, yeah, I think so. Very excited. Right here.
There you see the qualifiers. Yeah, the runner-up of the World Championship, Timur Rajabov, logical nominee by FIDE because he missed the previous cycle due to the COVID drama. Jan Krzysztof Duda and Sergei Kiryakin are the winners of the FIDE World Cup and the runner-up, and Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana from the FIDE Grand Swiss Open Tournament.
And how are the final standings calculated, since it's 3 tournaments overall? Well, players win points for each ranking that they get. So now you have it. The winner gets 13 points, the runner-up 10, and so on. Fourth place in pools get no points. So that's why it's important. They are still fighting out here. Even if they don't win their pool, they want to get as many points as possible.
Exactly. And that's why Grishik is still playing against Etienne Bacro, trying to salvage something. The position seems to be already lost his momentum. The Black King is safe. Bacro has 10 minutes. Anything still can happen here, but probably the likelihood it should be a draw.
Probably it should be a draw.
Yeah, normally Bacro has been holding a worse position for the entire game.
And what about Vidit? They are still playing there?
Yes, I believe so. Wait, let me find them. Yes, they're still playing, and Keymer has found a way to trade a couple of pawns.
He's still defending here. It's very uncomfortable. He's been defending for some time now.
So what were the last moves? White managed to create a passed pawn. 5, 94, some practical threats, 95 go back. So they repeated a couple of times. There's no way that Gujarati is going to repeat the position. He didn't continue because he has more active pieces. It's the rook on a7. It's the knight on d5, rook e4, rook g4, f6 ideas. You just keep this playing.
You just keep this playing, yes. This poor knight on e8 reminds me of the knight in his game against Aronian on the e7 it was.
And yeah, there's a discussion also in the chat about the tournament format. I do agree that this tournament system of one player qualifying from the pools for the semifinals, it indeed forces the players to take more risks, as it was acknowledged by Alexander Grishuk in one of the post-game interviews. But also, I think it's this great mix of the players, because it's essentially experience, like Grishuk, like Shirov, like Hare Krishna, like Dominguez against youth, Esipenko, Dubov, Keymer, which makes this a very, very interesting atmosphere.
We have had a lot of exciting chess here, and I agree. Everybody's fighting to qualify. It's not just we can make a draw today, tomorrow, we'll see.
Yep. So let's check once again.
Rapport's game?
Yeah, Rapport's game. King e5 here with it is pushing forward. I keep missing the game all the time. Okay. FIDE So is fighting. He's fighting. He's not going to give up. Of course.
He's using the pawn on a4 now, isn't he?
Yep. Knight a4 seems to be possible.
He's probably going to try something with e4. There we have it.
I think so. Yeah, he has to. Let's say e4, d takes, king e4, push forward the pawns.
But on e4, black has knight b2. Doesn't he? I don't know.
Knight b2, king c2.
C2.
Not very clear, right?
Not very clear.
Or maybe this is winning, something like that.
I was looking at that, but then I thought, is it really necessary to go for this? And I just thought, let me not say it.
What can I say to you?
For fun, we can.
Yeah, maybe something like knight e5 check. Take. Doesn't feel like under control, really. Okay, what is this? Is this winning? I mean, only black can win this, right? Because he has a lot of passed pawns. This d pawn is not going anywhere.
I think it's winning because you push e2, force the knight to stay on f3, and you probably have a4, or you have to. Okay. But b3, you cannot really take that pawn. e2, king d2. No. E2. Instead of b3, e2 there, and now you play b3. And knight c4. Okay, this is of course complete just for fun. It's not going to happen, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, it's not on the board because
it's not, of course. You don't need to do this with black. It was just we were just curious to see, because here you play knight c3 and you just push the a pawn, don't you?
Yeah, I have a feeling this d pawn is not going anywhere.
And the knight can just take it eventually. Oh, king d3 played. I was expecting king e5. And now a4, isn't this? Yeah.
Yeah, a4 very quickly played.
Wesley is playing Lanier in tiebreaks tomorrow. That's correct. That's the first tiebreak that we got today. And the second that we are about to get is Rapport versus Wojtaszek. We need a result here.
We need a result here. Yeah.
We just need a result to make this official.
Okay, what if I play a3, king b3, knight?
Okay, I'm not playing a2.
A2, b3.
And b3, yeah.
And the idea is check here and here.
Exactly.
Very good idea. Okay.
95.
Check. Another pass pawn.
Another pass pawn. Okay, that's maybe knight f3, Arturs, and knight d2.
Nah, but it should be winning somehow. And it's a corner pawn, right? It's always the most difficult to stop by theory. Yeah, Rapport is winning.
So we have a prediction here. Rapport will win the whole leg.
It's possible.
We'll remember this.
It's possible. It's possible. Yeah. So, I mean, imagine yourself yesterday when Rapport was sitting in a close to loss position against Oparin. It was after the first time control. Who would have thought that he will be here? And you know, moments like that give you extra, confidence that you're destined, that luck is on your side. And this is very, very important that, once again, yesterday, Rapport against Oparin after the first time control was close to lost. I mean, it looked incredibly bad and he misled it. And yet somehow he turned around the table and was able to save the game. Here, once again, he was patiently waiting for his chance. He played it slowly, carefully. Also, his opponent probably was looking all the time what is happening in Wojtaszek's game. Maybe too much.
Maybe too much.
Yeah, and at the right moment, Rapport went for it and seized his opportunity.
So we'll probably have the line that we were discussing. I see they're following.
It makes sense, yeah.
It's kind of the last arrow you can throw here.
Maybe even king e5 wins. King e5, this is the idea, right?
Yeah.
How do you stop that?
You don't need to take that pawn.
I mean, and probably he's going to take it. It's not super difficult to calculate, but
no.
Let's say here, something like, wait, I have no knight e3. Check.
And go back after the pawn, or just go to e4.
Okay, there could be some problems. No, I think he has to take the pawn on h4. Just take it. Another pass pawn. Should be win.
And we still have one more game. Well, two more games going on. How's Sgircea doing?
And let's check it.
Not much has changed.
It's still there. Yeah. His opponent has found a safe spot for the king on c7. Remember, something like in the middle game, it was this position. The king was in the middle of the attack. So really unpleasant. So if you look at this position, which Bokro had, and we look at the final position, there's a major improvement. The king is feeling sort of safe. Sort of.
Sort of safe.
Sort of safe.
Okay. Okay, and then we have king h4, knight f3. Yeah, exactly the line that we were playing earlier. We have it on the board in Rapport's game, and king g3, and that pawn will advance.
Knight e2, h4, h3, h2. Yep, that seems to be the h pawn is deciding the fate of the game. I think Rapport already sees this. Maybe he can give some kind of a check on a4 or d1, but I don't think it's necessary. Yep, h4.
And you don't even need to move the knight because you're after knight b3, I mean, just h3 and your pawn is very fast.
Knight b3. I think Fedoseev already knows. Yeah, he knows for a long, long time he's losing this.
He can still try knight d2, like one last.
Knight e2, king g2 could be the final move of the game. Knight e2, try them with a fork. King g2, resignation. Avoiding the fork. Or maybe resign right away.
That's also safe to do.
I think he's going to try it, but.
Okay. Esipenko missed so many moves. He did, but they weren't easy.
And we also missed them.
We also missed them. Yeah.
You're watching it live, remember?
Yeah.
If we're thinking exactly like Esipenko. All right. Let's just wait for this game to finish. Okay, I think this is not really changing. So Rapport is going to win this.
Probably this is ended. Yeah, we'll just have the result very soon.
And Vincent-Keymer is sort of close to the draw, but it has been like that for the past 2 hours or so.
It had. They changed that. They traded a couple of pawns.
Yeah. Knight b4.
And rook c8 is what I have to do.
Yeah. I think there's going to be some trades. Very nice defense. Fedoseev is still thinking. Or maybe he already has resigned. We can't receive the result. I don't know.
And we have, well, I guess 2 more games. It's safe to say that that's what we have left. Vitiugov-Keymer, and we have also Grishchuk playing against Backrot.
Yep. And for Hikaru, tomorrow is going to be a rest day because he doesn't have to play in tiebreaks. And so also for Aronian, who already had a rest day today, sort of. Not really.
Yeah. He did have to show up for the game and make the draw, but it was a quick draw.
Yeah, it was quite a quick draw, and also I think this game is going to finish in a draw. And Fedoseev has allowed the white pawn to push to h2. Nothing is going to change there, and we are waiting for the resignation for in a moment. Oh, sorry about that. Keep messing this all the time. Okay.
Is there any try here? I don't think so, right? Anything else white can even try in this position after h2? Yeah, we have a result. So congratulations to Richard Rapport for winning.
Richard Rapport wins. Congratulations to all of the Hungarian fans. Incredible day. I believe it almost equals Hikaru's amazing save, what Richard did here today. A nice positional manner defending the game.
Very, very good game. And he will play tomorrow against Wojtaszek. So we will have 2 tie breaks.
Yep, 2 tie breaks.
Let's see who comes out on top, because both Wojtaszek and Rapport have shown very interesting chess these days.
Yep.
5-hour games. Yes, we were having a very long round today, and we've had our share of excitement. We've had our share of action. And here we have 2 equal endgames where... Who's playing for the win here? White.
White is still pushing this. Still pushing this, but Queen d2, of course, he cannot trade the queens because then it's only black who can play this for the win because of the outside pass pawn. So he is going to try to keep the queens on the board and have some attacking chances.
On the other hand, it's probably black. He's just defending with the rook on f6. Okay, with the queen on e5, he will defend.
Wow, that's a very lovely geometry, right?
Everybody on dark squares.
Yeah, they're nice. Making sure nothing is blundered.
Rapport should win tomorrow. We'll see. He had a great game today.
I think he has a psychological advantage.
I think so too, yeah.
Should be really feeling really confident about now. Okay, this game is about to dissipate very quickly. Knight e2 check. Wow, what a nice resource. Rook d2, rook takes, rook c4 check. Trade away remaining
and
knight.
you just take the pawns.
Lovely game. So Vincent wouldn't crack. He's young, but he's not easily cracking.
No. And he showed some good chess here as well.
This is also a draw. Knight f1 check.
And on king f2?
King f2, even go back.
Knight h2.
Okay, you just take on f5, rook and knight against the rook. This would be another, I don't know, 50 moves.
Who wins pool D? Nobody. We have a question here. Who won pool D? Nobody won yet. We will have a tiebreak tomorrow to see who is coming out of pool D between Wesley So and Lenier Dominguez.
Knight f1, king f2, so knight h2. I don't think this game is going to progress for long because Winston is in no mood to play rook and knight against the rook. Of course, he knows it's a draw, but why do you give up the knight when you don't have to? You simply don't have to.
He's played long enough. I think he doesn't want...
I think it's going to finish very soon. King f2, that's it. This should be a draw because there's no way you can play this. No more. I mean, maybe knight h2, king g2, the knight goes here on e5. There's no way that white continues to play this for the win. Very accurate defense. Yep, it's going to be a draw in a couple of moves.
Rapport didn't win his group, right? No, he didn't. But he won today, and with his win tied with Wojtaszek, forcing a tiebreak tomorrow. And there's another question about how will the tiebreak be played. They will play rapid games followed by blitz games, and if they keep tying, they will play Armageddon.
All right, yeah. So that action is tomorrow. We still have one more final game. Grishuk just simply does not want to finish this game. He continues playing.
He's fighting for third place in his group, Grishuk.
Yeah.
So he's fighting for, well, fourth place gets 0 points, as we saw. So he's fighting for some points.
Or some points.
Grand Prix points.
Here's the standings. Where's exactly Grishuk? Let's again check. Which group is it? Group.
A.
Well, what exactly is he fighting for really here?
He's fighting for 2 points, probably.
He already has them.
Grand Prix points. No, Grand Prix points.
Yeah, but he already has them.
Oh, he already has them with a draw.
Yeah, there's nothing really changing. So why is it? Okay, he's just enjoying this.
You're right. Yes, he's just enjoying this then. Just having fun.
Yep. Queen e1. Wow. Queen e1, Queen e7. He's finding practical resources. This check, huge. Could have huge implications for black. Suddenly the position starts to look very shaky, something which was very solid before. Now, wait, and the rook is also under attack on h4.
That is Queen e7.
Wow, this is looking incredibly shaky now. How do you even defend here? So Queen h4, Queen e7, 20 seconds for Bakro.
Can he play Queen g5? Or does that immediately lose to something?
Queen g5, rook d5.
Rook d5? Yes, rook d5.
Yeah, Queen c4. The bar says
Wait, isn't that
What it
okay?
says.
That's I have to move my king.
Yeah, king a1 and queen e7 seems to be killing, no? Macron just blundered this. Because, wait, how do you stop this threat?
That's right. There's no.
King
I
d7,
cannot
maybe.
move the king. But on king d7, hold on a second. What do we play on king d7? What about something like queen e5, queen g3, queen
King
g3 looks
d7, maybe queen g3.
to have bishop h3, right?
Yeah, and also rook d6 threat. It's hanging by the thread. King d2 played on 2 seconds on the clock. So I guess queen g3. I guess this could be rook h6, and there should be some shot, which I'm not seeing. Something like this. And king c7, something like this.
Right. And now you're getting queen e7.
I'm getting through. Yeah. And this king is too weak to escape it.
Let's see if queen g3 is the right way to go here. But it does look
Queen
like
e5 also looks very natural.
queen e5 looks natural.
But queen g3 is so tempting. Attacking the knight on d6. Ah, wait, there could be... No, wait.
There's also bishop
Queen
d5.
Queen f4. What did you say? I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'm looking at ways to get that queen out from the defense of the rook. So queen, oh, bishop f1.
What?
Oh, I like bishop f1. Can we play bishop f1?
Yeah.
And I take on b5.
And take on b5. So the queen is pinned to defend the rook on h4.
Yes.
But then again, it might force the queen trade maybe. And it's on the board, by the way. Bishop b5, king c7. No, I'm not forced
Queen
to trade
g3,
queens.
queen g3. Okay, or there.
Or queen g3.
Oh, this bishop f1 is very nice.
Yep. Looks good.
Tie breaks tomorrow. Yes. For the first place. At 3 p.m. That's correct. So bishop takes b5 here. There's nothing better than bishop.
There might be a different move as well, something like queen d2. Queen d2, by the way, looks very nice.
Oh, because you don't have rook h6.
Yeah. And then you take on b5, queen f4.
And that's all has been played. Queen d2 and queen f4. Not sure why we're not getting this on the board, are we?
No, we are getting queen e4. Oh, wait, sorry.
There's queen d2 and queen f4. Yeah.
On the board.
So I guess bishop takes b5 now, or are we?
Queen d5 also is a move. Rishik won. What happened?
What?
What just happened there? Did he resign or he lost in time? Wait, it goes Rishik won.
Yes, I didn't see the time. How much time did Black have?
I also didn't pay attention. Something must have happened. Did he flag? Just a second. We are going to get an update on this.
What?
Well, that's a bit surprised.
Because okay, he's doing great here, but you know, you still have to win this. It's not like...
I think it's already winning, right? So you play something like bishop e5, king e7, queen d5.
But aren't you going to play this out? As Black, I don't think...
It looks to be winning.
It looks to be winning, but...
Either he resigned or he lost on time. I don't know what happened really here. Bishop b5, queen d5. There's an extra pawn. This is, the king is exposed. The pawn on a4 is weak. Maybe there's even a direct way to win this.
Maybe there's rook e1 and maybe he can go for it. But I don't think...
He resigned, yeah. It's official.
He resigned.
He resigned. So that concludes the today, all the games, and what a day it's been, because it's the longest day so far, and what a fitting in for the group matches. So maybe Raluca, you can do the honors and check of today's results, and once again do a short recap of what happened in all the games.
So we have Alexander Grischuk here on Pool A, who just won a game that we thought was going to be a draw, and a surprising moment for back row to resign. We thought we were going to see some more moves, but I guess he just thought he will be losing anyway. But the most exciting game of the round was for sure Esipenko versus Nakamura, which in the end ended in a draw after a lot of fighting chess, missed opportunities, we can say. Yeah, very exciting fight, very exciting endgame. Lots of chances. What about Pool B? We had a draw between Oparin and Wojtaszek, another very exciting game here, which was very important for the final standing in Pool B. Wojtaszek needed a win to qualify immediately for the semifinals, but he drew, and tomorrow he will have to play tiebreaks against Richard Rapport, who won on demand with black against Fedoseev.
So who do we have for tomorrow's tiebreaks once again? So here you're seeing the standings. So it's Wesley So against Lenier Dominguez, and it's Radoslav Wojtaszek against, quite surprised, Richard Rapport. We're going to be fighting tomorrow. The tiebreaks of, what was it, 15 plus 10, right? 2 rapid games?
Plus 10.
Then 3 blitz games, 3 plus 2, and if necessary, an Armageddon. So the action is still ongoing, and 2 players have qualified for the semifinals. It's Hikaru Nakamura, after surviving, I don't know how many bullets today, but he survived them all, and he made this necessary draw against Esipenko. Yeah, just incredible. And Levon Aronian also had a short draw today, and he is waiting for his opponent in the semifinal. Wow, what a day, Raluca. Yes. I guess we are finishing the broadcast here. And, well, we are going to be continuing tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European time for the tiebreaks. Thanks, everybody who was watching this today. What a final day of the group matches. But the tiebreaks are coming tomorrow.
Yep, see you all tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.